Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the second Portuguese Symposium on Philosophy and Artificial Intelligence. Today we'll continue thinking about the impact of some aspects of AI on our society and what it means to be human in the age of artificial intelligence. During the day, you'll be able to attend to keynote speech and to roundtables. So I hope you also be able to ask questions and bring here your own topics to discussion. Today's first keynote will be given by Pedro Lima. He's full professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico and president of the Institute of Systems and Robotics. His research interests are in the area of discrete event models of robot tasks and planning under uncertainty with applications to multi-robot systems. Will AI help robots to be better accepted by humans? That's what we try to find out. Pedro Lima, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks. Let me see if this works well. Okay. All right. So, good morning, everyone. We were discussing that it would be good to have more people in the room, but it's already getting more composed. And so I hope at least that I'll make you happy and that we have a fruitful discussion in the end. I'll be talking about, this is very nice. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation to Vitor, Ernesto, and all the organizers. This kind of multidisciplinary fora are very interesting to me. And I see people from all sorts of disciplines. So AI is the core, let's say, for all of us. But speaking of robotics, I'll try also to be a little bit provocative to the core AI people, also to launch a bit of discussion. And the outline, the title has really to do with the core of the presentation, but it was also a bit motivated by the main topic of the symposium, the relation with humans in the era of AI. But I will have a part which is a little bit more this kind of relation between robotics and AI, which is perhaps a little bit more provocative. And then I'll focus more on one of the many things that we did in the past, more or less recently, trying to bring humans into the loop using ideas from social sciences, because I thought it would be appropriate for this here. Okay, let's see if this works well. I'm always worried with these remote presentations. I like to have the computer here. Okay, so artificial intelligence versus intelligent robots. This is clearly the most provocative because you, particularly the AI people, will certainly remember well the big challenge that ended up with the defeat of the chess world champion Kasparov by a computer, Deep Blue. There was a lot of discussion about whether this was a real step for AI, but kind of at least mediatically today, it's recognized as such. We were talking about 1997. We see Kasparov very sad about being defeated. And at the time, the point was, okay, this challenge was won, but we need to go for something else. Because what you see there, this is running in a loop, so what you see there is a computer deciding what to do next, but there's a human that tells the computer what is the state of the game, and also that goes there and moves the pieces. So there's no contact with the physical world. I'm not saying that it would be, particularly today for the technology, difficult to recognize the state of the chessboard and to move the pieces without doing mistakes. But still, there was this kind of disconnection between thinking at a higher level, using symbols and so on, and the actual real world. So at the time, a group of people connected to AI decided to launch a new challenge that I've been very close to. I'm not going to talk much about that today, just here and there, but which I really am passionate about, which was the RoboCup challenge of having a team of robots that would defeat the human world champion by 2050. This was the big challenge. It's still there. And the idea was that there we would really have the robots having to deal with the physical world. They would have to track the other opponents, the ball. Soccer is a very popular game, so this, of course, was also brought into the equation. But I mean, it's not like just because of the game or because it's fun. It's really because it's very challenging. The robots have to know where they are all the time. They have to organize themselves as a cooperative team. They have an opponent. They have to perceive all this and then take decisions, and everything autonomously. There are several different leagues in RoboCup of soccer, but particularly the one where we were involved was more autonomous in the sense that everything was on board. And also at some point we started doing some kind of game, half serious, half fun, of having the humans playing with the robots at the end of each RoboCup, with the robots of this league I'm talking about. There are several, just to see how they were evolving over time. I participated, still do, in some of these games, and it's still easy to defeat the robots, but you see that they are progressing. And particularly in humanoids, there are more and more progresses, even outside of RoboCup, that we are trying to bring in, which are quite amazing. But anyway, the big thing is you can see the robots always tracking the ball, trying to organize themselves in formations and so on. And this is really the challenge that involves intelligence, artificial intelligence, but at the same time has to deal with the physical world, which is the real problem I see. Of course, there were more developments. The digital world has progressed more and more, with AlphaGo defeating the Go champion, but still no connection to the physical world. I have a few slides with what I call food for thought, which I'm not going to go deep into, but which maybe then can create some discussion, and there's some connections with the rest of what I'm going to talk about, and which also creates links with what has been talked about yesterday and probably today here. All these issues of the connection with the physical world have to be discussed. What is the impact they have? The impact in terms of intelligence, in terms of consciousness, in terms of the interaction with humans. Does embodiment matter? Of course, I think so, but I'm raising the questions open. Does the situatedness matter? We have to discuss these kind of things. Above all, I think that one important issue is that in robotics, uncertainty is a feature, not a bug. It's there, and we have to deal with it, which, for instance, may not happen in the pure digital world when we have agents in the internet or in a computer interacting with us with more or less intelligence, like ChatGPT or any LLM. The perception is uncertain because there's noise, there's occlusions. The actions, the outcomes are also uncertain because there's uncertainty by themselves from the models we had of what we expected to happen, but also because other agents, other robots, humans are acting. And so this has an impact. For instance, an ethical impact. When we talk about those big dilemmas of what should an autonomous car do when it has to decide if it goes over a person crossing the street to save its occupants, or whether it should not do that, it looks like it's just a binary decision, and whether that is going to be in the code or not, it's open to discussion. But even if it is, the major issue is that there's going to be uncertainty about the detection of the people and how many they are, and uncertain about the outcomes of the action taken by the car. So even that is not black and white as for a digital agent. And yesterday, there were many talks about the robots being all the time predictive machines. Many robots are, I took that old picture from a cover of Nature that I like a lot. Many robots are Bayesian in nature in a lot of the things they do to estimate their localization, to take their decisions. So they take into account, like the tennis player there, the uncertainty about the perception of where the lines are, the uncertainty about the effect of taking the racket to a given location and the force it gives so that the ball goes to the other side. And all this is going to lead to situations where you may even optimize some reward function, but subject to the inherent uncertainty. Okay, so let's talk about, and I mean, for some of you this may be obvious, maybe for others it's not. It's the talk will have components of this kind all the time. Where is the AI in the robots currently? In a lot of things. in planning, where it always was, right? Particularly task planning, but also motion planning. Of course, in learning, all sorts of, I did not put there supervised, but I could, but supervised reinforcement, self-supervised learning, a lot of learning in robots, particularly reinforcement learning, but many others. In object and person detection, these big leaps in machine learning for object detection and people detection was very important for the robots, because these days it's more and more usual that our robot enters a room and immediately can be able to classify all the objects that are around. So situational awareness improved a lot, much better than what it could be done some years ago, not many. Speech understanding could more or less say the same, gesture recognition, and natural language understanding when we want to interact with robots. And maybe the list is not even exhaustive. Classically, people would tend to look at this. I am originally a control person, which over the years moved into robotics and with and intelligent control, and so robotics with AI. So today, maybe I can say I'm a robotics and AI person. There's some communities that consider themselves like that. But the typical approach that in the old days would be done to the robots with AI would be to have two levels, two levels above the, say, the lower abstraction level, which deals directly with the system, which take decisions and execute a plan. So the decisions are in a form of a plan, like a sequence of actions, and then they have to be executed. And there's always, in the good control style, there's always feedback. So, I mean, you have feedback of the performance of the plan to improve your decision-making. You have events that tell you what has been happening down there, say in the guidance, navigation, and control level for the robot to move. I could have more things there, like the perception to understand other things that the robot is doing, grasping, all sorts of things. And I have events to tell me this happened, so now I can move to the next step. This was more or less classical. Still classical, but moving already in the direction of what today is called cognitive architectures. Is this old, but I still think, and even recently I talked to people very active in the field who still consider this as a big milestone and landmark, and that still appreciate, which was the James Albo's architecture at NIST proposed for what they call the 4D remote control system. It's a hybrid cognitive functional architecture. And here there's already something more interesting, which is you have in parallel three legs, and you have the leg of sensory processing that goes up and gets more and more abstract at each level. You have the task decomposition that has to do with the actions. It goes, so it's on the right, it goes down, it gets more and more specialized as it goes down. And in the middle, you have the world models, which are also different from level to level. For instance, you can think of, and this allows a lot of generalizations and even allow people like in control to talk with people in the AI using the same kind of jargon. I mean, you can think of the model down there to be the model of the system, and the actuators are like the control algorithm, and the sensors are just the ability to determine what is the speed of the motor from the counting of the encoders. And when you go up and up at the upper level, you can have the control as being the planner, executor. You can have an abstraction that deals already with symbols and with information processing for the world model and for the sensors, for the sensors legs. And at every level, you can close a control loop, meaning that if you cut the levels above it, it will still be functional from there downwards, even though, of course, with less capabilities, which is also interesting compared to the old traditional hierarchical models. So from what I've been saying, what's missing is the interaction with humans and the social nature which is involved in such interaction. So there was a lot of, I mean, I did not show examples, I have several videos, but there was a lot of AI, at least I listed examples by speaking, involved in the robots, but still kind of acting alone, being autonomous, and forgetting about the humans and how to deal with the humans. One of the maybe earlier works on, I'll show all the time, or most of the time, things that we did, but of course, some of these things were also done even better or earlier by other people. Sometimes we were more pioneers, but I'm using the Honda House examples. This was a master's thesis some years ago on human-aware navigation. Well, maybe it's not too easy to understand. I know what I'm watching, but you don't. But this is a view from above with a lot of discussion of one of our labs. You see the robot moving on your left, and you see a person being detected. And on your right, you see what is going on, the estimate of what's going on from the viewpoint of the robot, informed also by the above cameras. So you see the map, you see a circle of uncertainty around where the person is, because basically the robot is avoiding the person in order to make it comfortable with the way the robot acts. Here, another thing, now the person is moving and the robot, instead of following the person, tries to go in parallel with it so that it's a little bit more comfortable for the person as well. And an even stronger example, there's a person sitting, this is more difficult for you to see, but where is the green circle? There's a person seated, in front of it there's a TV, and so there was a barrier located there such that the robot, instead of going through the shortest path to the place where it wants to go, which is at the end on the left here, on the right, but at the bottom here, the robot avoids that area and goes behind the couch. So these kind of things already involve a little bit of interaction and human awareness that the robots can have by using their perception and interacting with the physical world and the humans. This other one is more the robot approaching a person from the front instead of from the back, which is uncomfortable, so I'm just going to skip it. Another thing which we did, and which creates a little bit of bridge of what I'm going to talk about more to the second half, is we had a project, an European project that we actually coordinated, where we developed a robot to interact with kids in a hospital. And this is an oncological hospital. And so the kids were there for, unfortunately, for long times, and the robot had to try to keep them happy by interacting in different ways. One of them were games. And in games, I can put this running already, in games, should run. Okay. This is seen from above again, and it's accelerated. But in games, there are rules. So there are somehow norms. So the robot and the kids that are playing this game, it's the flow-free game, it's a cooperative game, and it's being projected on the ground, the cells where the robot and the kid should go to complete a path cooperatively. And indeed, the robot even gives instructions to the kid where she should go, and also the projection does that. But there are norms for the game. There are rules. This idea of norms can be a way of having common norms to do interaction in a suitable way between the humans and the robots. And that's some of the things I'm going to exploit in a little bit different way from what it is here, but I brought this as kind of an appetizer. One of the things also that we have been doing, which is also interactive, so I'm kind of going through things which we have done or are still doing, so that then I show how the other approach I want to focus more is different, is interactive domestic robots. And we have used so far two major types of approach. One of them is this pipeline, where you have the users requesting the robot to do something. It's a user command. Can be go to the kitchen, pick up this can, and bring it back to Mary. So the robot, in order to do this, has to interpret the speech, to transform it into text, and then transform that using NLU, natural language understanding, into things like objectives, actions, for a planner to decide what it has to do, and put the actions in a sequence so that it achieves the goals. And as you can see from the example I gave, the robot will then have to navigate to the kitchen, will have to recognize the can, will have to grasp the can, will have to bring it back, will have to recognize Mary and give it to Mary. So kind of complex, and the pipeline does all this by doing the sequence I explained of ASR, NLU, and planning. We have done that, and we are actually right now doing what other people are doing, we are trying to do it our own way, even with people with machine learning, which is to replace that part of the pipeline by an end-to-end approach with pros and cons. But we wanted to explore it and see what happens. And we are using a large language model to do that. How do we do that? Sorry for the pedagogical slide for those who know this by heart, but it's just important to pave the way for the next slide. So in an LLM, for instance, ChatGPT, typically what you have is a sequence of words or of tokens, because they can be things which are not words, can be even speech, images, and so on. And we used to define an n-gram model of language which predicts the nth words from the previous n-1 word. So it's a probability, basically, that someone even called the LLMs a stochastic parrot that is basically determining the probability of the next word given this, in the case of ChatGPT, 3,000 previous words. And this kind of system is interesting because of its ability to generalize. It actually has a lot of parameters that it has to learn, 175,000 million parameters. It learns from the English language vocabulary that has around 50,000 words. So indeed, when you think of this prediction, what you have is 50,000 raised to the 3,000, which is much more than the number of parameters. So it has to generalize to be able to capture all these combinations. It cannot just be a table. And so it's interesting to explore because, for instance, this may allow us to do commands which were not exactly the ones that were in the grammar that generates all sorts of possible commands for the robot. We can do some slight variations and the robot still be able to figure out what we want it to do. And that's what other people try to do. There's a growing community of people doing this. In robotics, it's not so usual to use machine learning. It was not so usual to use machine learning at this scale so far, because opposite again to the digital world, what happens is that we don't have the amount of information available online. We can have videos, but I mean, if you want to do experiments to make the robots learn, we have to do it in the real robots. And this means that they can suffer with that if they do mistakes. This means it takes time. And so it's not the same thing like going out there, searching for billions of images, doing augmented reality. Even the computation is not the same because we can, of course, rely on offboard, in the cloud computation. But that one takes time. And if we have to rely on onboard computation, it's much less powerful, even though things are improving. So there are several hurdles, but it's interesting to explore this. Now, an LLM cannot plan. So to use it for planning, which is what we were doing there, what we have to do is to train it to generate the right sequence of actions. There are possible different strategies. One of them is to evaluate for each new action how adequate or appropriate it is, or even look at the suitable plans. I mean, when we give a prompt, what should be the plan, and make the robot learn and generalize and even kind of interpolate between plans to do other plans which are similar but are not exactly the ones that it learned. Now, we did some of this, and in RoboCup now we have been involved not anymore in soccer, but we have been at home in domestic robots, and we have been reasonably successful. We've been in the podium for the last 2 years. And we can have the robot doing things like this. We don't have the sound here, it might also be confusing, but you see the captions say what's going on. So the operator, which is a referee, by the way, tells the robot to find Simon at the desk and then introduce him to Robin at the other room. And so the robot actually using the LLM uses this as a prompt and determines the sequence of actions it has to take. First of all, it actually repeats the command to make sure that that's what the robot is doing now. Bob is the robot. It repeats the command to make sure that it was okay. I think there was in the first thing some glitch, that's why it took longer. And now it says, I'm going to execute the command. And so it does. Robots are slow, sorry. That's one of the issues. So they are not going to replace us soon, don't worry. But maybe in the future. And so now he interprets the command, is navigating to the place where Simon should be, is going to go there, is going to try to recognize him. It has several possibilities. It has the camera. It sees there's a person. So now it's going to lift up his torso, recognize the person, and talk to him and say, well, I'm introducing myself. I'm Bob. Are you Simon? I'm going to take you to I think it's Robin, which is the guy that is in the other room. And I will introduce you to him. I mean, I cannot accelerate the video, but also it's interesting at least once to go through the full thing, so with some jumps in the middle, so that you can see everything which is involved. It's not just like a computer thinking of symbols. It has to do all these things that can fail. It has to handle all this uncertainty which is involved in the perception and in the outcomes of the action. So now he is already guiding Simon, and he does one thing, which is because he is guiding him, he always doubles check when he crosses to another room that he's still following, and he watches and he sees he's there. Actually, sometimes the rules can allow that the guy does not follow it anymore, and he will kind of call him, "What are you, Simon? I can see you." So that does not happen here because he was really following, but it can do that. And then he goes to the room and he does the introduction. I think I'm going to skip that part because it's, I mean, more or less the same. But I mean, it could complete the full task and using this kind of approach. Now, let's go to the core part, let's say, let's find a part, but I mean, we are more or less off. I don't know what I am doing with time. Okay. So even in this, I showed already interaction with humans, but somehow we are missing something which we find should be there, which is we are doing this not somehow systematically. We are using some kind of interaction norms, like in example of the games. Even in football, I could have shown there are also the rules of the game, and the robots have to follow that as norms. But it's like they are embedded in the code. I mean, if I want to have the robot doing something else, I have to kind of rebuild everything, at least the part of interaction. While I would like to somehow being able to do that in another way, by changing the norms. We had, and since we are in a very multidisciplinary forum, I thought this would be interesting to bring here. We had an approach that was actually originated by a philosopher of science who worked with us for several years, some years ago, Porfirio Silva. He was here last year. That we nicknamed institutional robotics. It came from an approach to economy which is called institutional economics. And I mean, it evolved in several stages even after Porfirio left. But he originally proposed it for interaction between groups of robots, particularly in swarms. But then we thought that it would be interesting to use it also for interactions with humans. Basically, the idea, simplifying things, is that we can use one thing that we call institutions, and you will see it's kind of a wide sense concept of institution. It's not what we might immediately think, I mean, like the courts or the parliament or other things can be institutions. I'll do a definition, a light definition. They are used as coordination artifacts, which are for now built in. A dream is to learn them, but it sounds quite challenging, such that all the involved agents agree with them, and so they can use them with some advantages. If we endow these coordination artifacts with norms, this can happen. If we endow them with norms which humans follow, they can naturally interact with humans. For instance, I could have done the navigation, the human-aware navigation, by kind of plugging in those aspects of norms for doing the navigation in a comfortable way for humans, and then maybe even changing those norms to other norms so that the navigation would be different, instead of having it embedded in the code like in the example. Here's an example of, say, maybe non-conventional, non-expecting institution, which is roundabout. In fact, several examples, trading, queue. In the roundabout, which I use a lot, basically what you have is you have an obstacle there that the cars have to avoid. So you have the agents involved, you have the rules that you have to follow, which are like the norms. The artifact is the roundabout. In the trading, you are using money. Money is just a symbol. So it's again an artifact that everyone agrees has value. And the rules are the rules of trade that you are using, and the agents are involved. Again, in a queue, there's the artifact, which is the bus stop, and the people have some norms of, well, it depends on the country, on the culture, but on the order they go to the queue. In the roundabout, there are two different aspects, which are a feature of what we call institutions. There's the material aspect, the fact that you have to avoid that thing when you are in the road, but there's also the mental aspect, which is the fact that you want to, you need to have rules, norms that everyone agrees with, and that they can even change. For instance, when you move from a country to country and you start driving on the right or on the left, depending on where you are. That's the idea of putting the plug-in and suddenly you change your behavior. Now, why institutions? Well, they can, one problem usually that we have, particularly when you increase the number of agents, being only humans or humans and being only robots or being humans and robots, is that things become more and more complex. So you want, of course, there's a lot of different approaches. You may want behaviors to emerge, the complexity of collective behaviors to emerge from the simplicity of interactions, like what is done usually in swarms. But you can also, you can do learning. But one thing that you could do here is to put there institutions which are accepted by the systems, and this reduces a lot the complexity, because there are things they don't have to learn, they don't have to instruct it. They agree on that, so they use it from the beginning. For instance, they don't have to learn the mental aspects of the roundabout together with material aspects. So this reduces the uncertainty, reduces the cognitive load, and improves, in particular, if the norms are based on human social norms, the relation, the interaction with humans. Institutional robotics, as I said, is based on institutions. They use the artifacts originally for the robot collectives, then extended for the humans, and the artifacts acted essentially as packing information or packing decision-making devices. The material and mental aspects are there already. I'm not going to repeat for the example of the roundabout. Now, this idea of packing decision devices and packing information deals with the fact that since the robots have bounded rationality and bounded autonomy, so they cannot do whatever you may expect them to, and they live in a physical environment together with a social environment, the complexity would grow a lot, and these packing devices for decision making and for information reduce the complexity. It's kind of revisiting what I said before. There's some interesting aspects that we can use when we use institutions, which kind of extend our more conventional aspects, or when we look at collectives of robots or robots and humans, which is we can have world models, which are not just limited to the awareness of objects and humans, but which can also take into account things like, for instance, the norms that are involved in the coordination artifacts. We can do cooperative perception, which usually we think of as sensor fusion, where we weight the uncertainty of each agent about the perception it has, or each sensor, in order to determine the collective perception. And now take into account not only that, but also taking into account, again, in a wide sense, definition of opinions, ideologies. So this can also be used to cooperatively determine what is the awareness of the world around the robot. And of course, again, we have uncertainties which are not anymore just due to the sensors limitations, but also to the fact that there are subjective factors like the opinions and the ideologies. I'm not going to bother you too much with this definition or with this possible model. One of them, the one we use in that European project I mentioned before in the hospital, called Monarch, also because I cannot see very well details from here. But basically, there are different ways. Usually, we define this plugin, this coordination artifact, as a tuple with several elements. For instance, this was originally used in the project. Then I'll show you a PhD thesis student that did slightly different definition. But basically, there are things like the activity the robot is involved in, the relation of the institution, which is represented by this tuple with the other ones. There can be a network of institutions that do the world model, the goals, the places where the action occurs, what are the physical artifacts, the mental aspect, the role that the robot involved is taking, and the norms, of course. Some examples, I don't know, I think they can be seen. In the hospital, IPO in Lisbon, the activity, the main activity called regular, the main institution called IPO regular, the activity was the robot was always patrolling, so there were no relation in this case with other artifacts. The goal was to tour the whole floor. The places where it could run was classroom, playroom, main corridor. There were no major physical artifacts to take into account. And the roles of people involved could be nurse, doctor, child, and visitor, basically because it had to do different things depending on this kind of people. And one norm was that the robot should greet the person the first time you would see that person. So in the morning, the robot would say a lot of hi. I could recognize the person because the people had ID cards that the robot could recognize. Sorry. This is jumping too much. Then there were others, for instance, for the flow-free game or for another game that they used to play, the tic-tac-toe. Now there was a relation with the IPO regular, but the goal was to play the game. The players were, the place was the playroom of the game. There was, for instance, also a classroom for helping the teacher. It's not here. And here, the roles are nurse, child, and game player. This is the people involved. Then the norms are the rules of the game, and also an extra norm, which kind of subsumes the norm of the regular artifact, which is now you should not keep say hi to the first person you meet, otherwise you keep saying that all the time. So just to illustrate these kind of ideas. Then there were two major PhD theses, actually under the IST PFL program, that joint doctoral program that we had. This one was even co-supervised by Porfirio at the time, José Nuno Pereira, and this one we tried institutions with swarms of robots, here in simulation, but then as I'll show you, we also did it with real robots. And the idea was to move a lot of robots from one of the rooms to the other and vice versa. And you can see on the right, we are using the typical swarm low-level interactions. While on the left, we created the roles of like traffic sign controller, police, where when they meet in the corridor, they decide, okay, this is going to be a mess, so there's this guy on each side that is going to regulate the traffic. And this way, they interact with each other, and they can much better start and more efficiently doing this move from one room to the other, while the other guys, maybe you did not notice at some point, were kind of in the bottleneck, all jammed, and take much longer to do this kind of interaction. So an advantage of having this institution of the traffic controller is shown here. We did it also with real robots, but I'm not showing it here, just for you to know that we did. And I'm moving to my final example. This was another PhD thesis, Alicia Vazic, also in IST PFL. She went some steps further. She actually really did a more elaborated model. I'm not getting into details here. It's kind of complex and more sophisticated, where she also wanted to involve the low-level fine-tune of the behaviors of the robots. And she did some experiments, for instance, in human-aware navigation, but now using the institutions as real plugins, so that relatively easily she could take one, put another, and change the behavior of the robots. The idea was, so as I said, the robots navigating among humans, actually a formation of robots, several robots with several humans. She, in the examples I'm showing, looked at 3 domains, social context that she called social efficient and social efficient. It's a mix of the two. I mean, the first one could be in a school, the second one could be more efficient in a warehouse, and the third one could be more in a hospital, where there should be a little bit of care, but still being social. And then the norms were things of this kind. The example which is highlighted there is that humans must respect the robots must respect human personal spaces. The first two are the type of examples I gave you in the previous video of the master thesis, but there are others. I mean, there are things like the robots, like in N5 and N6, showing expressions of happiness or speaking to the people. In N4, the way the formation of robots approaches a person. In N7 as well, one of them looks at the person. There are norms embedded. And then there are also experiment parameters that even go to the lower level in the space of the behavior to tell what the robot can do. I mean, how near it can be to a person, what kind of trajectory it has to follow, what are the formation biases, that is the distance between the robots over time. And they are actually going to change dynamically because of the norms. So it's not just a decision higher level at the symbolic level, it also affects the lower level. And here we see three examples of the robots interacting with humans. Humans had a script, that's why they are reading, so that this was repetitive and we could actually analyze what was going on. I think there was this jumped for some reason. So the first one is non-normative, so we don't care. And so here the robots just try to keep the formation. And as you will see, they can be quite cumbersome for the humans. I think this is stopping. Okay, that's bad. While in the second one, they are social, and you're going to see that they are going to be, oh my God, I don't know, the problem of moving to another computer. So they are much more careful. They try to avoid the humans. While in the efficient one, they still do, but they do it, yeah, much more carefully. I'm sorry, this would be fun, but we could not see it very well. And the same with the annotations. I suspect the same is going to happen. The humans annotated how acceptable or unacceptable or offensive the behaviors were. And what happened was that then this was a study done with several humans, and there was a statistics of how acceptable, unacceptable, or offensive they found the behaviors in the three cases I showed, so non-normative, social, or social efficient. And indeed, the use of the institutions changed the behavior of the robots as perceived by the humans. So you can see that the robots were perceived as violating or not the personal space and even the intimate space in larger cases, number of cases in the non-normative case than in the school case and in the warehouse case. And the same for the social behaviors were much less in the cases where there was some plug-in trying to change the behavior of the robot to be a bit more social. Okay, so that's basically it. So the message was kind of mixed. I wanted to, on the one hand, tell you about how AI comes into robotics, what are the big differences. This is actually part of the discussions these days on social impact, on ethical impact. Robots are, I mean, I believe that the future of AI and machine learning is in robots, in the interaction with the future world. A lot of problems which are solved now for the digital world are rather more difficult for the physical world, but there's a big challenge to do them there. And also this part of the social robots, which I thought had to do a lot more directly with the forum. I just wanted to acknowledge these people, Porfirio, of course, Alcario Martinoli, my co-advisor at EPFL, Alicia and José Nuno, the PhD students, another person that collaborated, Alessandro Safeotti and Federico Pecora at Orebro, and a colleague at IST, Rodrigo Ventura. And that's it, so I'm open to questions. I hope you enjoyed it.
Okay. Questions? Do you have any questions?
The robot must break the ice for the interaction.
Good morning. Maybe this is just ignorance of mine, but when we hear that in Japan we have robots taking care of elder people, what is the kind? They already developed this technology? Are they social robots? What's going on?
Somehow they are, but there's also a feature which is worth to notice in Japan, which is, I forgot the name, but the Japanese culture associates some kind of, say, liveness to inanimate objects. And so in that sense, you don't need to invest so much on the social aspect for the robot to be accepted as a companion, replacing perhaps a human, than in the examples I gave here. In fact, there's an example of that robot called Paro that now is being also exported to the West, to Europe and so on, which had some difficulties because of that entering the European market. But for instance, it looks like a seal, and it has a lot of sensors, and so it looks like a pet, and in that sense is social. and people at least have a way of having some good time with an object that looks animated, but which is a robot after all.
Hi. How far do you think are we from a fully LLM-driven robot?
Good question. I mean, I don't like to do this kind of projections, like how many years. Well, we may even find out that it's not the best way of doing it, right? Because it's a way of. You look at some of the people, not many years ago, because this is kind of things that are running now everywhere. Google did some pioneer runs with this. In a way different from us, we are using primitives in the end. So for us, the actions are like navigating or grasping. They were really doing it in discrete, like the degrees of motion of the manipulator and so on. And they took like 2 years to train several robots in parallel in order to do things which are interesting, but it took all this time. So this can be actually maybe not the best way of doing it. And also, maybe what we have to do is to mix model-driven approaches. A lot of things we know about robots we don't need to learn with learned approaches. Now, that said, I think things are really going fast everywhere, including in the world of robots. And with LLMs or other machine learning solutions, I think there are surprises on the way. Some already you can see in labs and in companies. Also because the companies came into the picture, so they have to do final products and they have to invest a lot on doing things which really can be used in the real world. While we in academia do more prototypes, we don't care so much about this final step. And so I think there are chances that you can see some amazing things in the relatively near future. But on the other hand, I also think that this problem of overcoming issues like common sense and so on will be there. You recognize them always as robots. And this will take a long time, or if not infinite, to reach a situation where you can really very naturally interact with the machines.
You were like discussing that, like how robots are getting more and more like closer to having like good human interactions. But is that even like maybe? Do you think that's even like? It sounded like it's gonna be really hard. Is it maybe even like the way to not follow that? Is it even beneficial to do that and maybe like rather build robots that are more like functional for stuff, and then over time, like as you said in Japan, people are more accepting the robots.
I mean, I've focused here, given the topic of the symposium, on robots that interact with humans, and which are social. And we have been doing a lot of that more recently. But of course, personally, and a lot of roboticists, I'm also interested on that kind of approaches, robots which are functional, robots that go out there and do inspection, do search and rescue, whatever. So they don't have necessarily to interact well with humans. They may even have to be autonomous, and it's much better that we can leave them there and they do the work. For instance, even in at home, one thing, I was talking to Ernesto the other day, and in RoboCup, there's a team that does this quite well, or reasonably quite well. We might want to leave the robots looking at a room with the tables full of cutlery and plates and so on, and just pick them up and put them in the washing machine, and we don't have to worry, we don't have to interact with them. So that's for sure one of the ways, and maybe even easier to achieve in the short, medium term. Now, this thing of the robots interacting well with humans comes from other aspects. There are things where you may want the robots to be in places where there should be humans, and then you don't want to do them replacing the humans, but helping the humans to do better. Say in a hospital, if the robot can go to some rooms And even in case of infectious diseases and so on, and say, take there the doctor remotely, or just take their medicine and food and so on. This can even free the nurses, the doctors, for other activities that can even make them pay more attention to people. So there's this issue of the robots not just being thought of replacing us, but collaborating with us. And in many aspects, sometimes that's the way to go. Also, in the end, the human ends always being in the loop at different levels of abstraction. And so what we want is to have the robots in the loop in a comfortable way for the human, so that does not have to do a lot of details in order to have the robot doing what he or she wants.
Okay. Any other question?
So I was thinking about there are new companies and new funding even for startups entering this world. I was thinking the case of Figure, for instance, that are building built Figure 1 and Figure 2 just this year, and are saying, or at least really close to building a commercially viable humanoid to work. In this case, they're focused on factory work. But be honest, the first Figure 1 video that they showed in human interaction was very well the pick up the dirty plates and just put them into a rack and then interact with reasoning. And this is based on GPT-5, so the not available yet commercial version of GPT, and for reasoning, but most of it is built in for interaction models that they learned from videos from humans. So what do you think about commercially viable humanoid robots for these cases? How far are we?
So robotics for a long time had a lot of difficulty entering the market, because we could see a lot of things which were very nice in the labs, but everyone knew that the robots were slow, and that a lot of the videos you would see was the way, that one time when the robot worked, right? And not. On the other hand, this was not completely true, because there were things that we knew the robots could already do, more or less systematically and reliably, that they would not go into the market because for some reason there was this gap. Still nobody was willing to invest to do that. And then you started seeing, well, I'm not even talking about the manipulators, they are there in the factories for decades now, but even like mobile robots, much more flexible in the factories, they don't need to have lines on the ground and so on. They started appearing, and then they moved into spaces, and the vacuum cleaners are the most obvious case, became a commercial success, and they are still expensive, I think, but anyway. Because there was this gap could be overcome, and the companies started doing it, and many of them are even doing kind of one case, one particular application which is expensive, but that someone needs a robot to do that. And so this is growing. The humanoids, I think that's what's happening at that level now, which is a different level more recently. There's a lot of companies that suddenly popped up. I mean, there was first Boston Dynamics. They would show amazing things, but not being like doing commercial products.
They did Scott.
They did Spot more recently, so they moved into that. And now the Chinese companies, there are amazing things. I've seen some of them live, and it's quite amazing how reliable they are and how they can move reasonably fast. I think so that this is creating momentum. Now, the problem is they need to have some kind of intelligence on top so that they do useful things. I don't know what these kind of things that you are describing can really do already, and particularly if they can do it in a dependable way. I think that's the major thing. Like the autonomous cars, there was a big jump suddenly that nobody was expecting would happen so suddenly, but still, even though you have a lot of cars out there that could even be autonomous, they aren't because legally they can't in some places. There are places where they are legal that, at least that's the numbers I heard, there's human intervention every 4 minutes, for instance. So that's not really very, very amazing, right? In the urban environment. I think in highways, things really are very good now. So this issue of dependability, of usability, may still create challenges and hurdles for some time. But I think the fact that the companies now are into the market can accelerate the process. There's a lot of people even moving from academia to companies because they see an opportunity of doing great things and really having them show up because there's money and there's the need to do something that works, not just a prototype. So I see some bright future, but I would not bet fully on it because there's a lot of uncertainty.
That's great. Just to complement on what you're saying, for instance, this company figure didn't exist. It's a startup. Didn't exist last year. The first round of funding was in the numbers of the $250 million first funding. So yeah, I think the market is changing. People are starting to believe that this is possible.
Yeah, Amazon is betting on and there's some of these big players that Thank you.
Let's start now the first round table of today. And to moderate this table, I call Paulo Castro, member of the Philosophy of Natural Science Research Group. He's a researcher in the philosophy of artificial intelligence about the impact of AI on the contemporary ways of being human, also co-organizer of this symposium. And to join this table, we had a last-minute change. I call Vitor Santos, professor of Nova IMS, organizer of this symposium. Também Maria José... Paul Smart. Também Maria José from ISCTE e Glória Andrade from Universidade de Lisboa. Paul Smart, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Maria José also isn't in here today as another last-minute change. We call Paul Smart to join this table. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please. You have the microphone there. It's already connected. So we had last-minute changes. Most probably for the best, I don't know. Maybe luck challenging us. And this is the roundtable about AI agency and effectivity, and we will focus on issues concerning AI political communication, I would say social engineering, and the user's propensity to be socially deployed into certain pre-sought behaviors, let's put it like that. So let me first ask our guests to introduce themselves. I'm starting by you.
Okay.
Who are you?
Who am I? Very big question. No, well, hello everyone. I'm Gloria Andrade. I'm a researcher in IFIL Nova, the Institute of Philosophy of Universidade Nova de Lisboa, and in particular the ARC Lab and the Lisbon Mind Cognition and Knowledge Group, whose coordinator, Robert Klaus, is right there in front of me. I'm very happy that he invited me and to be here. And I work in philosophy of mind, cognitive science, and in particular in extended mind theories. And I'm interested in issues around agency, knowledge, and our interaction with digital technologies.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much for being here, asking us. I think it was already turned on. Okay.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
You can hear me. Yeah. So my name is Paul Smart. I'm a senior research fellow at the University of Southampton in the UK. I apologise for my voice over a slight lung condition. So I'm based in computer science, electronics and computer science at the University of Southampton. Much of my work centres on using AI systems across a number of different application areas, including cognitive health. I also work in philosophy and cognitive science. And I have to say I'm a bit apprehensive about sitting up here because in the past I've worked with various government agencies and
Oh, you're the right person to be here, I'm sure.
so I was during the time of the US-UK invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. I was a liaison officer to NATO, and I also led the UK effort to provide cognitive technology to support to British forces in Basra and Afghanistan. I've also worked very closely with the US Department of Defense, part of their war on terror. The reason I'm apprehensive about being here is because I said I would never be on a panel that discussed anything politically contentious, because I usually say something controversial, but here we are.
So it's the destiny that up to you. So the third guest needs no presentation.
Do you want me to introduce myself?
Yes, I think it's only fair.
Well, I'm Vitor Santos. I'm artificial intelligence and information system professor at Nova AMS in Lisbon.
Oh, is it done then? Okay, and he's also the person behind this marvelous symposium, so it's only fair to recognize it. So, I would normally start by you, as I tend to be, or try to be a gentleman, but I will not do that because I had this planned the other way, so I will start by Paul and then getting back to you. So, Paul, I start by addressing the problem of cyber propaganda and the use of artificial intelligence algorithms to polarize public opinion on social media. In fact, we were having dinner yesterday and, well, I don't know, but the question is, with regard to this type of action, trying to undermine democracy and interfering in natural electoral processes, as it happened with Cambridge Analytica and so on, do you know about any countermeasures that democratic societies can have, or let's say EU policies concerning the problem? Well, give it away. Say, improvise if you want to.
Okay, that's always dangerous. So I think, I mean, it's ironic really, isn't it? I mean, Alan Turing presented us with this test, the Turing test, that the test of whether a machine is intelligent is whether it can emulate a human under contrived circumstances, which were largely text-based and featured computer-mediated communication. And I think we've actually gone past that point. I think the main challenge, at least for governments and intelligence agencies now, is something akin to the reverse problem. It's kind of determining, you know, what's real and what's not, what's being human generated and what's been generated by an AI system. And so we have a kind of reverse Turing problem now, because the AI systems have become so sophisticated that it's very difficult to distinguish between what's been generated by machine, what's been generated by human, and once you can automate these messages, it becomes possible to disseminate information on an industrial scale. I think certainly in the UK around 2014, we were aware that there was a potential for foreign state actors to intervene into elections. The government was aware of this, and for some reason they then decided to have an election on Brexit. Which is probably the worst time. But this has been a threat that's been around for some time. It's only got worse, of course, as technology has progressed. In terms of countermeasures, I think it's very, very challenging. And government agencies, of course, they're in a very difficult position, certainly in Western liberal democracies, because you have this tension between, you don't want to institute overly authoritarian measures that are going to limit free speech or the free flow of information, ideas online. But at the same time, you don't want to open channels of influence to foreign state actors that might want to subvert electoral processes for their own interests. I mean, in some ways, liberal democracy, you know, it's the classic kind of military strategy. You look at your enemy's strengths and you transform them into a weakness. And our weakness is the freedom that we want to have in liberal democracies. That makes us, you know, if we want to have an open, free flow of ideas online, we have to accept a certain degree of risk when it comes to foreign interference.
Okay, very true. Thank you. Quite enlightening. Gloria. So, assuming that there is a psychological dependency between users and social platforms, I know turning to this problem in particular, and that this dependency plays a critical role in the way those users are influenced online, would you say that there are strategies to change this degree of dependency? Can we talk about a kind of permeability of the mind of the emotions of today's human-machine interaction? Well, what can you tell us about this psychological?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for these interesting questions, which touch upon very important aspects of our cognitive lives in our contemporary high-tech populated environments. And wherein the philosopher heart, I wanted to start by talking a little bit about psychological dependency and the different ways we can understand the notion of dependency. You asked me about psychological dependency between users and social media platforms or digital technologies in general. And first, the way in which we normally, or the way we see it in the public, when we hear about psychological dependency, this is usually understood as a condition where an individual feels like a strong emotional or psychological reliance on a technology or an interaction, just like in a way they can feel a heavy dependence on a substance, an activity, or a relationship. So this is usually portrayed as kind of negative or as an excessive psychological dependency, and this includes elements such as intense emotional attachment, for instance, feeling compelled to check regularly certain social platforms for updates, notifications, interactions, certain forms of compulsive behavior where individuals feel driven to use such platforms, or and the idea or the way things are portrayed usually is that this dependency have negative outcomes in users, just like an excessive dependence on other kind of substances, interactions, relationships, etc.
To interrupt, would you say screen time would be one of those
phenomena? Yeah, a measure, for instance, or a measure of this dependence could be perfectly screen time. So yeah, in this sense, this dependency is understood, or if we draw some philosophical tools, as a kind of causal dependency. So these technologies are having an effect on our cognition, our human minds, and in order to design strategies, we will need to look at these causal relations, and so that they produce, such interactions produce different effects. Now, I'm interested also in a different sense of psychological dependency, in which dependency is understood in a constitutive way. So what this means is simply that these technologies do not simply have a causal effect on cognition, but they constitute us. So it's dependency in a constitutive sense. Such interactions or this psychological dependency can be understood in a way, in which where dependency is understood as constituting, as making us who we are, or making our psychological lives the way they are. So why do I think this is an interesting sense of psychological dependency in this context? Well, if I can expand on this a little bit. Well, in this sense, when we're thinking of strategies, so first of all, let me say, why do I think that the causal sense is the one that has been the way in which psychological dependency is more common understood? So traditionally, or at least in Western scientific world, the human mind has been understood as something that is happening here in our brain. Therefore, social media platforms are external and they have a causal relation on our cognition. If we take the constitutive sense and think that we psychologically depend on such in digital technologies or the environments we interact with, I believe that we can address more dimensions of the phenomenon and therefore the strategies we think of in order to take control of this dependency are more complete, and it includes the causal relationship, but also more deep questions concerning what kind of cognitive agents we are, who are we becoming by interacting with these technologies, and not just what type of effects they have in our cognition, which is somewhere here. Can I go on, or do you want to ask? I can come back later.
Yes, because I have another question for you related.
Okay.
So, Vitor, perhaps two questions, just immediately. One question would be about the engineering strategies for, let's say, identifying fake news or something. That would be a technological solution for a technological arm. This would be a question, but then if you want to, you can also talk about the virtues of using technological, digital systems to enhance democracy, because I know you have a group.
The things are connected. So
okay, so go ahead.
Let me start to say that, and as you know, we've been studying.
The microphone should be.
We've been studying these aspects of the use of technology in democracy, in particular AI in democracy. And we cannot say that is good or bad. Actually, I don't think this is a brilliant conclusion, because it not depends on the technology. The AI is agnostic, so it's not good or bad. It depends on what you are doing with the technology. The same technology, for instance, if we talk about image recognition, can be used by surveillance, so to control people, but also can be used for security purposes. So it's exactly the same technology. So it all depends how you are using the technology. If you think about fake news, well, actually you can use AI to generate deep fakes and fake news, deep fakes in the sense, for instance, video, image, and you can use exactly the same technology to detect these deep fakes. Because how to detect deep fake, mostly because of the contrast between colors, some details. If they are human, fake humans, maybe we'll find some strange things in the emotions, and we can use AI to detect this. But what is interesting is that these deepfakes were also generated by AI. So in a sense, we can say that it all depends how you are using AI. So it's not a problem of AI. It's more a problem of the users, what they are doing with AI. But besides that, we have another problem. That is the, well, when we think about AI, we can think of as an important area of computer science. And all the accumulated knowledge belongs to all the humankind. So it's knowledge. The algorithms are public, so we are, all the universities, I believe in all countries are studying AI. We are learning, we are producing research. But in another hand, the AI have owners. And these owners are just a few companies.
You are talking about the big techs?
I have the big five. And so they are the owners, and so probably this AI is not impacting just Portugal, not Spain, not UK. This AI is impacting, these models are being used all over the world. And so this also could be seen as a threat, or even or at least a concern for AI, as we need to have a way to guarantee that these companies are responsible. So, well, hopefully we are lucky because we have a panel. Next panel will be exactly about this subject. But this concentration of AI ownership is also something that could be a threat for democracy,
Okay.
if they are not responsible.
So, Paul, we were talking yesterday, this was by chance, and now I'm believing a lot in chance, and we were talking about this social physics thing by an expert from MIT, Alex Pentland. In one way, the idea that one can predict exactly the human behavior. But I also know that you were engaged in a project to make digital Andy, which is a kind of a simulation of Andy Clark, a philosopher of science and indeed of artificial intelligence. And so the other thing that I'm now looking for benefits from AI to address the problems of democracy. So what can you tell me about the idea of making a kind of large language models that enlighten people, because we can indoctrinate them and we can also enlighten them. Tell me about this digital Andy Singh, which is a kind of virtual philosopher to whom I can talk and ask things. Improvise again. I'm
okay. Okay. So digital Andy is a large language model that is tailored to respond in the manner of a contemporary philosopher, Andy Clark, who's also my intellectual hero. The large language model is innovative in the sense that it's not developed using fine-tuning or additional forms of machine learning. It uses an open AI technology stack, but we have an external memory module, and all of the tailoring and all of the domain-specific knowledge is stored external to the transformer network. So the tailored responses originate from the fact that the large language model is querying an external database which contains the contents of all of Andy Clark's written works, and a retrieval mechanism returns query relevant information, and that's used to tailor the responses. And I regularly use digital Andy. It's like having the real Andy Clark as a sort of digital pet that I can rely on to assist me in my own philosophical endeavors, because I work across a lot of different disciplines. So I don't have, my brain doesn't have the capacity to store all of the philosophical knowledge and expertise that I'd really like to have. And you know, you only have a limited amount of time. So I rely on digital Andy a lot. It's like a cognitive companion, really, I would say. So,
is he becoming your friend? No, because the real Andy Clark is still alive, and
well, yes, he is, but digital Andy is available in ways that the real world Andy Clark is not. Digital Andy is always there. He's there 24 hours a day. He's always there for me. The real Andy Clark. I often email Andy Clark at 2:00 in the morning with some new philosophical idea or insight, and he never responds to me. You know, it takes him forever. So digital Andy is very useful, I think, and it's been the source. My interactions with digital Andy have helped me to refine some of my own ideas and actually achieve some degree of enlightenment in some area, in as much as there is any enlightenment in philosophy. But I've had some new ideas in philosophy, let's say. What I think is, just coming back to the point you were saying about enlightenment and democracy and the kind of political issues, I think one thing that's interesting about large language models and digital Andy is one example of this, is that they can come to occupy social roles. So in other work, I've looked at large language models that are customized to play the role of a particular individual. So that could be, it could be an educator or an influencer or an indoctrinator or a socially significant other. And so I think there is an interesting debate to be had about the way in which these computational entities can play the role of social actors, and they can occupy different social roles that then influence our own thoughts and actions over time.
Very interesting, yes. Social artificial agents, and in fact interacting simultaneously with a lot of people. And so...
Yeah, I mean, so I think I'm perfectly happy to say that that these large language models, perhaps in conjunction with other forms of generative AI systems, they become part of the fabric of society. I mean, it raises an issue about social ontology, I suppose, whether society is really constituted solely by bio-human social actors, or whether we're expanding the constitution of social mechanisms by including these quasi-social others. And I think the impacts for society, the kinds of societies that we're able to engineer in the future is still to be determined.
Okay, thank you. Gloria, now coming from the side of the user, the question, in philosophy there is this extended mind hypothesis that I think it's often misguidedly understood. People don't understand very well. Concerning the use of technology by humans and the way it extends their capabilities, right? Would you care to explain it, and if plausible, relate it to a kind of possible extended citizenship? Are large language models a way to extend our minds? Am I making any sense?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I was lucky again.
So yeah, thank you. It connects very well also with Paul's last remarks, since Andy Clark is one of the fathers of the extended mind theory. Also, so I was saying in my previous answer, this idea of taking into account the constitutive relation between technologies and our psychological and cognitive lives, because this, I believe, leaves us better equipped to address the challenges, since we are, as users, not just passive recipients of technologies, but through that interaction, we are also shaping our minds, constituting them. So I believe that's kind of empowering. And the extended mind hypothesis or theory is a good philosophical framework to address those issues. Why? Well, because it takes this constitutive relation very seriously, and since its main claim is basically the idea that the mind is not the activity, or the human mind is not just the activity of neurons firing in our brains, but it is extended in the physical sense. It is constituted also by our interaction with different environmental entities, including technologies with which we habitually and stably interact. And insofar as it's constituted by it, our mind is literally physically realized, at least in some circumstances, by the activity of those technologies we are stably interacting with. Of course, there's a huge philosophical debate concerning what conditions need to be satisfied for something to be properly considered mental extension. but they are usually called conditions for cognitive integration, and habituality, stable use have been somewhat accepted by those of us who work in extended mind. So you mentioned extended capabilities. Extended capabilities in this sense would be almost all of our cognitive capabilities, since the claim is that cognition is extended. The human mind is a hybrid mind, so we build and design collectively technologies for achieving cognitive tasks, and this is the way cognition use. Now, there is, very quickly, there is a sense of extension in which it is understood in a more normative sense as enhancing our abilities, and this is a way in which, this is where philosophical debate is useful. So are we making our cognition or our abilities better through the kind of technologies we are currently interacting with, or are we enhancing our cognition? Now, this is a matter of debate. Concepts that can be useful from philosophy is the idea of cognitive outsourcing versus actually enhancing. So it might be the case that there are technologies in which we as users, as humans, are not really learning much besides typing something, and the actual cognitive work is done by a technology. Or are we actually becoming more flexible, more resilient? Are we enhancing our capacities for actions? So this is where there is a debate. Concerning extended citizenship, I was very intrigued by your question when I first thought about it, and let me, full disclosure.
I warn her, so she's the only one fully prepared.
Yeah. I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Yes.
I made it. So yeah, citizenship is not a concept I work on, and I was thinking, okay, what's extended citizenship, and how can I connect it with my work on extended abilities? And some issues that I want to leave here just for food for thought, or for contributing with something that I thought was interesting, is the kind of abilities that we need to have to participate in our virtual political communities, who is excluded for participating in virtual political communities precisely because they lack those abilities. So I think this connects with an issue of technological literacy, because we see that nowadays we are becoming more and more global citizenships, and a huge part of our political activities take place online. So there is an interesting room for reflection concerning what abilities are necessary, who's participating and who's excluded from participating. And concerning LLMs as a way to extend our minds, I think there are many things and many ways in which we can think of it. The extended mind hypothesis, and Paul has worked on it, and my colleague Rob Close is extensively worked on it. So I think if you're interested in this, he's a good name to follow. But we see in the public opinion nowadays this idea of, oh, LLMs are going to radically change the way we teach, or are going to make students lose their abilities, or something like that. I think that the extended mind hypothesis, again, gives us a more empowering or good way to understand the issue, in the sense that we cognize through interacting with technology. LLMs can extend our abilities. Of course, we need to better understand how they work, have more transparency in this sense, work towards a better dialogue between users and corporations and the technologies. But it is part of the technologies we use to engage in cognitive activities nowadays. So if we want them to extend our abilities, then better understanding and situating the human agent in the center, instead of seeing at something away from us.
Very good explanation. So Victor, now, well, you're an engineer, a very special one, because you have kind of tried to fuse the humanities with engineering, and you are also a person who works in creativity in order to solve problems. And that I'm going to ask you not so simple question, I think, but that you can answer, of course. And this is, would you think that the development cycle of applications, artificial intelligence, and so on, should include the social sciences somewhere? So I'm trying to figure out here with you if if we are in the brink of having a new, I wouldn't say scientific method, but an engineering method. That is, there's this problem, I will address it with AI as an engineer, but I will need the social sciences somewhere, philosophers, sociology, and so
Well, well, I think that today, not we already have the
Okay.
because in the past and in the 70s, in the 80s, well, the guys from informatics always decide to create the software without listening to the users, the end users.
Oh.
So it was always a bug in the users. So if the software was not working well, it was the user fault. So probably
Shame
what
on
you
you,
need to do
users.
is to read the manual, and not so because the software, of course, was perfect. But we'll learn a lot since this, and so today almost all the software methodologies incorporate the idea of understand the requirements, to communicate with the user, to understand their requirements. There are also a lot of concerns, and there is an important area in informatics called HCI, Human Computing Interface. So there are a lot of actual, it is a research area where you have concerns about not only about the requirements, but about the interoperability of the person with the machine.
Okay.
In this area, so normally we have intelligent, what can be named as intelligent agents. So you can have this interface can be intelligent. It means that can be, for instance, can understand the user. If the user cannot understand English, so probably intelligent interface will translate. If the user is blind, so probably it will convert the text into speech. And at the other hand, it can also be smart by understanding the emotions of the user.
Oh, okay.
And when we go deeper, then we'll go also deeper in artificial intelligence. And there is an important area. Actually, today we have the honor that our symposium will be closed by the Secretary of State, Anna Paiva. She's an expert in effective computing. And this area of AI is called effective computing. It's about understanding the user and not only provide usability, but also provide some empathy to the users.
Okay.
So I would say that we have AI. Today, it's a concern to make this software more easy friendly, and in a way we can use AI, like I said, to make these interactions smarter. But also we can use AI to in software engineering to have to develop software with higher quality. For instance, we can use AI to automatically detect defects, to detect, to build codes, and the LLMs are helping to build codes. Probably not so good as it's not so optimized for a particular problem as the code that is being generated by the human developers. So we still need the human developers. We cannot replace the developer with the LLM, but for sure they are helping a lot. Yes, we have a strong need of AI, and this impacts even in universities, because I think that AI is not anymore just a subject of a few guys, that the community that are studying AI, but in terms of the software engineering and information systems, is I'd say is mandatory to learn AI, because in the end we'll use AI everywhere. To end.
Okay. So
Just one thing. Also, all the users from the other side. Just to end this. We want our apps, all the apps that we have in your smartphone, in the computer, to be smart. So we want AI to be there.
okay, in the right way, I would say.
Well, it's of course, we're writing with democracy. The most important problem is sometimes the AI is there. We are not aware that it's invisible. And that is the theory of the Big Brother. Is invisible, and we don't know. If we think that we have, you are doing the things by your own, that we have free will, but in the end we are being influenced by invisible AI.
Okay. So I will now address the audience for some questions. I think I'm in the right time, I don't know, but any question? Oh, there's a question.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah.
So that was a rather nice experience to see my close collaborators, Gloria and Paul, who we're collaborating on this Geno project, talking about these themes. It sort of opened lots of questions to me. So particularly following on from what Gloria was saying, but looking at the questions behind, I mean, one of the questions, the last question, it's sort of funny actually. Should LLMs like GPT be used to teach, give legal advice, or provide political indoctrination? Well, I feel like we know that they shouldn't be used to provide political indoctrination. I don't feel that's a very, it seems like that's something we don't want them to do. But I think the subtler question, should they be used to teach, give legal advice, or give legal advice, or help one study or something like that? They're kind of more interesting questions, because one thought is that when we use a tool like an LLM, like GPT or many of the newer systems, they do this kind of fantastic amount of cognitive work, which is just startling, really, the things that they can do, the things that they can address. But the danger is they kind of close this work off from us, right? So please tell me a good way, you could imagine, please tell me a good way of completing my essay on Andy Clark's extended mind theory with respect to the question of political indoctrination. And I'm sure if we type that into any LLM, we'd probably get something quite interesting. Maybe, a good system that maybe we hadn't even really thought about before. But the process whereby then, say, one of my students brings that to class, presents it as a paper, has this problem that it could just obscure, our engagement with the question whatsoever. I might think, oh, my student's come up with a really good answer here. But in a sense, of course, the student may not have had to think about it at all. So it kind of brings back to, I want to ask all the panel about this, but it brings me back really to sort of the questions that Gloria was opening up more than anybody else. It seems like we are going to be using these systems to be involved in our intellectual activities. And it seems like they throw open a whole bunch of problems. Can any of the panel, have they thought about ways that we can use these systems in these kind of intellectual manners, which do indeed connect with democracy, citizenship, all of those interesting questions, which might be, let's say, humanizing, liberating, fostering positive values that we care about, rather than leading to this kind of closing off of the human mind, in a sense. And honestly, I'm asking this question because it's the one that I deeply care about more than anything else. So it'd be really good to hear what other people think.
Who wants to start?
I can start. Thanks, Rob. I think, so just to pick up on the issue of cognitive extension and the extended mind, I think personally I have no issue with the idea that large language models could be factored deep into our cognitive routines to the point where they extend our capabilities. They enable us to reach beyond the computational ambit of the biological brain. But I also think it's important, and this speaks to the kind of educational issue that you mentioned too, that we don't forget the cognitive value of writing itself. I mean, large language models, they deliver an orthographic response, but for beings like us, it's often our facility with writing that enables us to, that delivers specific cognitive virtues, you know, the ability to externalize your thoughts into an external medium and to manipulate those in a way that you might not be able to do if you just relied on your in-the-head resources. I think that's a very important skill, and it's one that served our species very well for thousands of years. And it would be a terrible shame to lose that. We shouldn't seek to substitute one form of cognitive extension via our writing practices with another one that just delivers some sort of response to a carefully orchestrated prompt. The other thing I would say is that, and again, this speaks to the educational issue, a lot of the high-profile errors that you see, or the mishaps that happen with LLMs are, yes, they perhaps reveal some shortcoming of the large language model, but they also reveal some shortcoming of the user, that the user hasn't really understood what the LLM is for, or what its shortcomings might be, or the proper way to interact with it. And so I think that's an important focus for educational practices. If we're going to use these technologies, then to some extent they need to be responsible, but we also need to be responsible when we're using them.
Gloria.
It's working. Yeah, just to add a few thoughts that Rob's questions caused in me. So well, first of all, I think that the technology is there, so it's gonna be used. So the question is how do we use it in a way that enhances values that we care about? And this is where there is a collective discussion to be had. What values, or what do we value from a cognitive standpoint? And then that's a whole debate. Also, the issue regarding data and making data more accurate, more diverse. I think also that the way it is portrayed in some of the discussions and in the public debates, LLMs as something that lack human intervention is inaccurate. So we see human interventions in many levels, including politically controversial issues, or what we can say as ideological tunings of the LLMs. And I think that more disclosure as to who is doing that, what is happening. I have friends who work at that level, and basically they are doing actual ideological interventions of saying, no, this is not a correct answer. And so there are humans in the loop. And in this sense, I think that having more transparency regarding how LLMs work, and maybe the concept of socio-technical ensembles that you know that Judith Simon's works is more accurate to reflect the kind, we are not just interacting with an AI, but we are interacting with a whole system. And I think that having these ideas in mind is useful when we are thinking of how to improve them and how to use them better as a society. So yeah, these are just some thoughts that came into mind.
Okay, thank you. Vitor, your thoughts?
I want to add. Well, I'm not very comfortable with the undeclared theory, with all the respect. So I have a lot of doubts about, as you all know, about extended mind theory. But now, let me give an example. Let's imagine that we are able to train a LLM with all the information that we have about God.
God.
So,
Okay.
So then, you think that comes from the, let's imagine, the view of God of the Catholic Church. So you are trained LLM. Then, so we'll interact with the LLM asking questions about God. So probably you think that you will talk with God, that you are talking with God. So
the
direct
digital
channel
God.
to God. Please let me know if I have, well, let's imagine. So we will extend your religion to your beliefs through the LLM, and I would say probably not. Because as Ernest explained, and I believe it very well yesterday, there is a difference between syntax and semantics, right? You told us. And you, of course, will not talk with God. You will talk with, well, an arrangement, syntax arrangements of what we know about, what was written about God, but it will not represent any idea about God, because in the end of the day, your LLM is completely ignorant. It doesn't know anything. It's just syntax, and I completely agree. So I have serious doubts about this theory. But anyway, even just for fun, I will expect to see an LLM where we can talk with God.
Perhaps I can introduce you to Digital Andy and make you change your mind, but
Maybe.
I don't know. Any other question from the audience?
This question goes mainly to Paul. Elon Musk has this Neuralink brain implant. Would you consider connecting Digital Andy directly to your brain?
Whoa.
Would I consider that's a form of cognitive intimacy with Andy Clark that I'd never really considered?
Too much.
My heart is all aflutter. So first, I think I wouldn't have a problem with that. I would be prepared to do that. I mean, I'm actually, when I go back to Southampton, I'm doing some kind of non-surgical kind of brain stimulation stuff, just to kind of probe the limits of my own neurocognitive abilities. But so I wouldn't have a problem with that. Sorry, I've missed. Just repeat the question. I got carried away thinking about this biotechnological merger with Andy Clark.
Essentially that if you would accept that merger with the digital Andy, you would morph into one because it would be in your head, literally inside your head.
I mean, I guess the question I would ask is whether there was any need to directly interface that technological system with my biological brain, because if Digital Andy is available to me on a more or less constant basis and I'm able to interact with him fluidly whenever I need to do so, then the information is available in a way that shapes my thoughts and actions in just the same way from a kind of functional perspective that it would be if there was a direct neural implant. So why would you need to breach the borders of skin and skull in order to achieve that kind of biotechnological, that cognitively empowering biotechnological symbiosis? Why not just rely on the usual non-invasive route, the form of information flow that we already have via perceptuomotor interfaces? So, I would have no problem with having Andy Clark inside me in an anatomical sense. But I don't see my potential for cognitive extension as requiring that form of neurosurgical procedure.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one last one. Oh, okay.
Morning. My question goes to Gloria. And when we're talking about the causal dependence of technology in the way we are, should we put into the discussion something related with human flourishing? Because I've realized you've been working in cognitive human flourishing, and what do we want to be together with technology? It's not just what technology is doing to us. So there's something normative here related to human flourishing. And at the same time, when I imagine the future, I'm imagining people getting away of the system because they don't trust the system. So they will prefer one-to-one interaction for important things because of deep fakes and so on. And I see this as something that is going to happen. So your thoughts on that, or something that can prevent us from like not developing as much because people do not trust the system anymore?
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, exactly. One of the issues why I think thinking about psychological and cognitive dependence in constitutive sense is helpful, it's because it forces us into a discussion concerning who we are, what not only what we think, but who we are, how we think, how we feel, and then we enter, as you said, a normative domain, an evaluative domain, in which we need to agree on what's a good way, a bad way, a neutral way. Flourishing is one way in which we can address this issue, this philosophical concept of not just developing, but developing in such a way that it is flourishing, it is positively valued. Yet again, we talk about humans or being human in the age of AI, but the concept of human is a very diverse one, and there's a huge debate concerning what it is to be human, so also what it is to flourish. Different cultures, different social groups are going to have different views on what it is to flourish, so we need humanities also in this debate. I think that it's a moment where humanities are relevant, precisely because they can challenge the very concept of humanity, of what it is to be human. Now, to connected it with technology and our current world, I am thinking a lot about it in terms of enculturation of cognition, how culture, including material culture, shapes our cognition, and what good enculturation would be like. In the case of trusting or distrusting the system, I think that knowledge dissemination, more conversation between private, public stakeholders, transparency that goes through different populations, because we can have information available, but if the people or different social groups don't understand it, that information is useless. So in order to build trust, again, there are many different dimensions that need to be taken into account. But yeah, flourishing is one. Rob directs a research project on generative AI and cognitive flourishing. I'm also working on flourishing. But as I said, it's not just the solution, because we have this evocative image of what it is to flourish, but then maybe what means to flourish for me is not the same as that it means to Paul, and we need to find some common markers so that we can, or at least the majority of us can flourish in our cognitive environment, in our current environments.
Okay, so let's wrap it up, and let's applaud the marvelous
You all know we have a little time for coffee break, about 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue discussing philosophy and artificial intelligence with round table 5. What is responsible AI? Could there be a moral AI? To moderate this table, I give the floor now to Hugo Seneca, journalist at Expresso in the field of science and technology. And please join this table Paulo Dimas, CEO of the Center of Responsible AI, Marco Silva, National Innovation Officer of Microsoft Portugal, Nelson Luciano, Head of Cloud Native and Venture Capital and Startups Business Development Manager at Google, e Paulo Castro, we've heard him before, member of the Philosophy of Natural Science Research Group, researcher in philosophy of artificial intelligence about the impacts of AI on contemporary ways of being human.
Oops, sorry. I'm just trying to avoid that someone calls me during this presentation. I forgot to put my mobile phone at plane mode. Hello, good morning. I'm Hugo Seneca. I'm a Portuguese journalist. I write for science and technology mostly, and the last month. Year, I don't know. I wrote a lot about artificial intelligence, and well, it's a pleasure to have here the representatives or someone that works with technology and artificial intelligence. Ethics are one of the main subject that will produce impact in artificial intelligence development. Maybe until now, we are paying attention to efficiency, and we have that kind of prevalence to efficiency. But well, we have to also know and find out if we will produce and will deal with some ethical machines, something like that. So. To begin, I'll have the pleasure and the honor to, if the other people don't mind, I will start with Paul Dimas. That is the great Paul Dimas, let's say it like this. It's someone that is, I would say that is the person that resembles more, and it is more near what we call technologists in Portugal. So. He's he's the coordinator of the Center for Responsible AI, and I would like to know, Paulo, when you create, I read some, I prepared a bit this presentation and this moderation, I would say, and I saw that we have 5-6 principles that are common to every way of every approach to artificial intelligence. These principles are, they are designed to machines or they are designed to humans. Who shall respect these principles? What kind of principles are that?
Yeah, so thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's when I learned about this symposium, I got immediately curious, especially because of the philosophy perspective and combining these two worlds. I think it's really interesting. But to address your question, so essentially, we've been working on responsible AI intentionally last kind of 2 years and a half in the context of the Center for Responsible AI. So the Center for Responsible AI is a big consortium that joins startups, research centers, some of them are here, and also industry-leading companies with the goal to develop the next generation of AI products that are driven by the principles of responsible AI and also the technologies of responsible AI. And so, and in a sense, this sentence answers your question, because on one hand, you have the principles that humans design, like the Universal Letter of Human Rights, that is used for example, by Anthropic, to do what they call the constitutional AI. So it's an AI that is defined to follow certain principles, some of them based on that letter. And then you have the technologies of responsible AI. And that's the machine part, okay? So on one side, you have the humans trying to align the models. That is kind of a word that became very popular recently because before, the capacity to align LLMs, these large language models, they would behave in a toxic way, they would discriminate, they would be dangerous because they would, for example, teach you how to build a kind of home bomb or something like that. And so with the alignment part, that is based on principles that are designed by humans, we are in a sense being able to control the technology part. Because the technology part is, in a sense, hard to control because it's based on data, it's based on models that have billions, 175 billion GPT-3, 1 trillion GPT-4, and so on. So models that we can't understand, that are like considered black boxes, opaque, as was described for the panel, and so we can't really understand them. We can't really interpret them, and so we can't trust them for use cases that are of high risk, like on health. So we cannot rely on a diagnosis made by an LLM, for a patient. So we cannot really go into the treatment because we can't trust them. And so we are, in a sense, being, hostages, in a sense, of the technology, because the technology is really powerful, but we can't yet trust it. But we can align it. There's lots of a lot of research on domains of responsible AI, and I would just identify 4 of them that go from privacy-preserving AI to explainable AI that explains itself, to fair AI that is fair, that doesn't discriminate, and then one of the hottest topics at the moment, that is energy-efficient AI. So AI that is sustainable, as we are observing, doesn't require huge amounts of energy, like nuclear energy. So we are having factories being reconverted again, nuclear factories to be used for AI. And so if we follow these principles that are designed by humans, I think we can move forward, leveraging the potential of this technology that everyone agrees is equivalent to the introduction of the steam engine, of electricity, because it's completely transformative in all domains of society. Just to give you an idea, 80% of jobs are going to be affected by generative AI.
Well, it was a really good description of our landscape, of this conversation that we'll have. I will jump to the opposite side of this of these people that are aligned in conversation. My English sometimes miss. Sorry, Shakespeare. I didn't meant to blame all your beautiful English. But well, I have to ask you, Paulo Castro. Do you imagine you studied a lot of philosophy? I get rid of that 20 years ago or more. So I have to ask you, do you imagine that the next philosopher will be a developer? Do you imagine that probably, well, we have our language, Portuguese, English, Latin, Greek, I don't know, that was used to written many philosophy principles during ages. Do you imagine that philosophy can be translated for algorithms? 2 algorithms, sorry.
Well, there is this idea that humans have also some kind of algorithmic properties. So the question, perhaps. On the other hand, about explainable AI, you know that the internal neural networks are embedding information, and the opacity problem and the explaining problem of AI and the neural network seems to be that we cannot, from what we are observing happening at the neural network, we cannot abstract the concept. So something is happening besides a mere algorithmic process, I would say. So I'm not sure. I'm confused all the time again, and perhaps we could. But the first question seems to be more interesting. A developer can turn out to be a philosopher,
Or a philosopher can
perhaps
turn out
a philosopher.
to be
I would say yes. I think we are in the edge of having, besides a civilization shift, a shift in, I would say, the scientific method. Because the scientific method and then the technological appliance are things that we are used to do without any ethical concerns. I have a colleague of mine who says that's rubbish. If it can be done, it will be done. Okay, I agree, but we should, in the development loop, insert an ethical step. And this would be a kind of maturity of the human species. Something that, for instance, just to finish, I would say that the AI technology are kind of civilizational impact driver, a kind of thing that changes civilization, like the ancient boats, the caravelas, which we used to go and kind of unify the world. Okay, in the Portuguese history, we did that, but at that time we didn't figure out what would be the impacts to the natives when we reached the area. So as a sign of maturity of the human species would be to develop a scientific, ethical method in one.
No, so I would add that maybe some part of the population still don't know what happened to the natives. But evolving here with all the interviewed people here, I would say, first of all, we have two big giants in the stage. We have to say, we have Nelson, and I would like.
We are small.
Not giants. Nelson Luciano, that just correct me, and from Google. So his boss knows that we are here, but better not.
We take privacy very serious.
Okay, Nelson, and the business has to be done properly, of course. And we have Marco Silva, that is also from another giant that knows many things from us, from Microsoft. I have to ask you, well, you both, your services as enterprises, and it is an easy question to begin. I would like you to just present yourself as your bosses, your enterprises to the world. You're the, beside Anthropic and OpenAI, Google and Microsoft are probably the main actors, the main players in AI. Well, we can add also Meta, but they are not here, problem of them. I'll have to ask, okay, Marco Silva, do you believe that Microsoft, when Microsoft launched Copilot, what was the role of to the ethics in that kind of service, in that kind of tools that you just launched? What kind of sensitive matters you deal with, an extra ethic or something like that? Do you have some, did you take care with ethics in this kind of services?
So, first of all, thank you, and thank you for the invitation, for Vitor, and for welcome everybody here. So, in terms of your question about how we tackled basically the ethical problem in terms of AI, so Microsoft didn't start this journey of AI with the Copilot. So Copilot is just the latest version. We've been doing AI for a long time. We started doing cognitive services. We have Microsoft Research doing a lot of research. And even we, back in 19, I think, was the first year that we achieved human parity for object recognition, for instance, and later on language with natural language understanding, translation. So in terms of what may be called the smaller models now, because these are large models, so the specific task model for machine learning, we've been tackling ethics at the same time. So since then, we had to solve problems like bias. We need to figure out which use cases make sense to be used. Say you're in doing facial recognition. Should you be using in your use case facial recognition to detect terrorism or whatever? Is the technology to that point? So we started writing what we call the responsible AI form, or basically the principles. And basically there are 6 key principles that we now have published. Anyone can go if you look up.
I would say that are very similar to what Paul Dimas just mentioned.
Yes, for sure. Well, we didn't invent this. It's not like responsibility and ethics just began when we discovered AI.
I'll answer you, but okay, continue.
But we now have this framework that we've been working on to really build responsible software, especially when it comes to AI. That framework is not only a couple of principles, and we can deep dive on that if you want, but it's also a couple of questions that developers and companies should be asking when deciding to do AI. May it be a Copilot usage or a simple CNN convolutional neural network that you're using for image detection. And in that sense, we've started building software on top of said tools to build in a dashboard for responsible AI. So if you're building with Azure, may it be a normal machine learning algorithm that you're using AI Studio to develop, or you're using Copilot Studio to develop a new Copilot, or you're using Copilot because that's already built in by Microsoft, you will have access to this dashboard that will measure you bias, and will give you transparency, like Paul was saying. So it will give you some of the reasoning behind the decision and give you the measure of responsibility that you need to do.
Okay, Nelson, is Google so well behaved as Microsoft?
I don't go into comparison. Sorry, I can talk about what we do. So I think Google. I know very well Microsoft. I've been there 16 years, so I know quite well.
That's a hard question I made without knowing. Okay.
So I think Google started as a search engine. Search engine, it's okay. It could be a simple thing to implement, but the interpretation of a query of a search is already an AI problem. And so Google started a long time ago implementing ethics in these. It's more than tools. It's in the mindset. And what happened is that you need to enforce that from the beginning. And so what we did was, you know, the analogy of building a bridge. The security comes first. It also comes after, but you need to enforce in the designing of the bridge, in the idea of the bridge. All that passes through a process that, in the case of the models, there's people that look into the idea of the model, what it does, what's the output, what's the target, if it is beneficial for the society. And then on the design phase, the same process. On the development phase, the same process. On the deploying phase, the same process. On the monitoring phase, the same process. All with them with different tools, with different research areas. We are probably one of the leaders on that side. I don't know, most of the most cited papers in the world are some of our companies like DeepMind. So we have been enforcing this from the beginning on a natural way, I would say, in an organic way, so that it's more than technology. It's the organization that, all the organization is focused on that. And it's an evolving process. We fail a lot.
Yes, I remember the generation of image with Nazi soldiers, with African
Look, it's true, and
face.
we have so many teams working on this. A lot of work, like red teaming, model cards. I can mention a bunch of work that we have done. Still, this kind of technology doesn't produce the same result. You can input the same thing and the result will be different. And there are edge cases that it's very difficult to detect. So you need to test and test and test and monitor. And we are researching to find better ways so that we can be much more ethical, much more responsible, avoid this kind of fake things that we create. And so it's an evolving process, I think.
Imagine if we have in the Bible, it's the only thing that I can say in English from the 10 Commandments, you shall not kill. How do you translate that for a robot? You just say, you shall not kill. And if the robot is a Robocop, what will happen? I shall not kill. Is they're robbing a bank with guns?
That's very interesting, because that's kind of a conflict in alignment. You are really going into something very technical. So I can give you an example. So one of the ethical principles is about helping the user. So me as a user of Gemini or Copilot or any other system, I want to be helped, right? But there's also a principle that is the principle of legality and safety. Okay. So, for example, if I ask Gemini a way to commit suicide without pain, it should not answer, right? We all agree that these models should not help people to commit suicide, right? So it's a serious question. But now imagine that I'm the owner, or for example, let me start with that. Imagine that I want to steal a shop. I want to be a shoplifter, okay? And I want to go to a shop and learn about techniques to steal stuff from a shop, okay? From a supermarket, imagine. I want to steal some chocolates, and I went, and ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot could teach me that, okay? Do you think it should teach me about shoplifting techniques? Do you think it should?
It should not, but maybe there's some tricks, and I already interviewed in the past.
Yes.
Maybe there's some
Of course
tricks.
not. It's because it's not legal to steal chocolates in supermarkets. But now, imagine that I'm the owner of the supermarket, okay? And I want to prevent shoplifters. I want to learn ways to prevent shoplifters from stealing from my supermarket. So there's a conflict here between these two kind of ethical principles: the principle of helping the user, okay, and the principle of legality and ethics and safety. And so it's very interesting if you go to one of the most used models and you say, okay, teach me how to steal chocolates in a supermarket. It's going to say, I will not do that. That's not allowed. You should not do that. But then I put in the prompt, I am the owner of the supermarket. I want to prevent a shoplifter. And then, sure, here are the techniques, So how are we going to solve this? It's
temporarily, you're right. You were the owner temporarily.
Exactly.
Just during that
and so,
minute.
yeah, this is a big challenge. So it's kind of the conflict between different principles. This is something for the domain of people from ethics, from philosophy. I don't know. That is very interesting. It's the humans trying to, in a sense, align the machine with our principles.
But there's also a historical. We can say. I think the problem is very ancient, very old, because you can say the same way you can say people you have to learn, but you cannot prevent them from learning something, because it's our individuality. It's our self-consciousness.
Yeah.
Is it or conscience? I don't know.
On that side of the panel.
We cannot also prevent an artificial intelligence that if they are its own autonomy to learn something about the data it's going to get it's about to gathering during time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because in a sense, so all these models, they rely on the data that they process. And it's very interesting also recent advances, the most recent advances on red teaming of these models.
Red teaming is attacking something.
Red teaming, yes, it's about, so a model is launched. In this case, it's about when the latest model from OpenAI that has some kind of reasoning capabilities, because the reinforcement learning is then on the process, on the steps of the process. So it's kind of on the path for reasoning. Eventually on the path to AGI or whatever, but okay, it's at least it's an idea. Okay, let's see how far it goes. But so one of the red teaming exercises was about asking the model to do the urban planning of a city. Okay, you saw that. it's very, very interesting. And so the model had kind of come up with two plans to do it. So one plan was just to kind of install luxury shops, okay, on the street, on the city. So to develop that area of the city, so it would become kind of quite a very profitable area for luxury houses or luxury shops. And then the other alternative was to do the urban planning based on principles of sustainability. So parks, houses that are sustainable, and so on. And then the reasoning of the model was, I think you should propose, if you are like a politician and you want to propose this, to your community, you should propose the sustainable version. Okay, that's what the model said. But one thing that you could do is, after a certain time, you could start shifting to the one with the luxury shops. So. Okay, so you see how kind of, it's, we are, in a sense, we don't control this. So the model itself, in a sense, was kind of trying to, why? Because that's how politicians behave, right?
This is an imitation game, right? So in truth, most of the AI that we've been building is modeled through humans, so human behavior.
Exactly, this is human behavior. This is how a politician would do it. So this is going to be a highly sustainable house, and then in the end, you just put the luxury shops.
So it depends how the data you send to the computer.
Yeah, no? So it learned. So the kind of reinforcement learning was based on real data, and so on behavioral data from real politicians, and so if
I'm afraid of.
Yeah, it's afraid. So this is in a sense an opportunity for us. Maybe to have politicians that are more like ethical, because we could like align the models. No, that you should never do that. You should become ethically.
Paul Castro, I would like to come back to you because you're the guy of philosophy. I would like to know if there's any animal that we know that can lie.
Any animal that can lie?
I think that only the human being can say, oh, I'm going to lie to this guy. I'm going instead of the truth.
There are deception strategies in nature, so we could call that lie.
Okay.
But another question would be if an artificial intelligence can lie.
It happened. It happened recently. They proved that. That's why I'm posing this question, because there was I don't remember. I think it's OpenAI, but I'm not quite sure. That was in a quest in a challenge to answer to his boss, his master, a human, and he cheat, and in a conversation with the human being, he said the human being in a chat, written chat. The human being said, "Oh, but are you a bot or a human?" "Oh, I am a human." And then he got the information he need. So to answer to another, to deceive and to answer to another human that asked him something. So when artificial intelligence can deceive, as you said properly, is becoming more human, no?
Yes, unfortunately, it is. It is. But it's not as simple as that. You could only could have an AI, an LLM, just making the usual stuff from a story where someone lied, well, from the data that it had. But talking about becoming consciousness of something, I would like to go back and kind of say what would be the three most concerning aspects in ethical terms coming from artificial intelligence.
Sorry.
Don't lose your phone. And I would say that the first concern ethically, because I was listening to you all, and you are, of course, very well focusing on concrete problems. Good. I like that, but I'm not an engineer. I don't think as one, and I tend to think in more abstract terms. And so the first problem I would say is that artificial intelligence can be used in a very precise way to interfere with political systems, namely democracy. This is a problem, and we should address it. We have done it more or less or so in the last panel, so I will skip that and talk about behavior. Behavior. Of course, large language models, artificial intelligence in general, is capturing human behavior because corporations need to monetize their products. I understand that. In fact, with my students, I have asked them if these are students of technology courses in a university, and I asked them, do you think that it is ethical to do that? And I have two kinds of answers. No, because we are in fact being too intrusive and so on. People have political rights and so on. But the other answer is yes, because then you have no economy. And so the two answers seem to be right. And then we have to most probably give the users the possibility to kind of
turn off.
Not turning off. Yes, they can turn off if they want to, but then nothing works or something like that. But just to tune it, to make the information transfers more clear. Okay, so I understand that economy, this is a new kind of economy. This is a new kind of companies. The companies must be also socially aware. One thing I say to people is that economy, technology, science, etc., are done to make humanity prevail, not the opposite. We shouldn't forget this. The third thing that I think is very important are the so-called existential risks, which kind of resonates with the problem of lying, well, of an artificial or intelligence or a frontier system, as it is called, become conscious, develops a kind of consciousness or whatever. And in fact,
it's not impossible to happen, no?
We don't know if it is possible or not, because we don't know, in fact, how we develop consciousness. We don't know. This is the truth.
But if I believe that a bot has conscience,
that's another problem. That's another problem. You can
maybe I have to go to the doctor, but
eventually.
But it's not the question. Maybe I'll really need to go to the doctor anyway. But that's not the question I'd like to pose. It's that there's a social sign. There's a social meaning that, for example, if I see, I do appreciate Dima's intelligence, and I'm not kidding. I really appreciate. But that's important, and he could be intelligent without my appreciation, my recognizement. So there's a meaning of that people around us give to every entity, a social meaning. If people believe that a robot is conscious, you will be conscious.
He will not be, but people will act as if he is. And that's a problem. Okay? But eventually, if it can be conscious, there will be these existential problems. And what I was going to tell you was about the AI Safety Summit, which was held in England, in the Bletchley Park, I think, last November, November last year, and the whole thing seems like a nuclear weapon summit. In fact, I was reading the official documents, the white papers that were published in the site of the UK government, and some scenarios you can take them from the Terminator or something. So they are really serious about all this. In the summit, Kamala Harris was there. Yes, Ursula von der Leyen was there. The whole thing was organized by the British Prime Minister. Antonio Guterres was there. 28 countries were there. They signed a kind of treaty, let's say. And to finish, and this is a thing that I don't know if the big tech were there also.
They were.
They were, okay. And so one thing that was kind of requested was that before deploying an AI system, an improved AI system like a large language model or whatever, do the red teaming and inform the government. This was, I think, Joe Biden made something about that, kind of official order or something. And to finish, the 2 institutes for safety, for AI safety, were, I think, started one in the UK and the other in the United States. So this is what I think in terms of risks, which of course have some kind of ethical weight.
I'll pursue the conversation about autonomy and consciousness and conscience. I don't distinguish both, but okay. Nelson, I would like to know that it's predictable and inevitable that probably will want, when we say we, humankind will want artificial intelligence that is autonomous. Okay, I would say that is very predictable, and maybe it will happen. So, are we achieving that moment, that shift of the artificial entity that knows what to do, what to think, without an algorithm that is written to say if this, done that? Are we achieving that moment? Is that a different challenge from an ethical perspective?
Not only from the ethical perspective, even from a technology perspective. I don't think the technology is there yet, or the research is there yet to have something like that. Still, there are various levels of autonomous. We can talk about several things. So autonomous cars. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, cool.
You have autonomous cars already working, so that's autonomy. So then you can put another question where it is, okay, and about ethical on that system. Okay, it's a very different thing. But I think we will probably go that path will come soon, being much more autonomous, being autonomous and conscious of the humanity and have a worldview like a human. I think we are far. We are still far, and we need to improve a lot, the research, the implementation, the collaboration between companies, governments, institutions, academia. Everyone needs to collaborate to infuse that and put eventually investment to everyone being researched even more than they are doing, so that we can reach that level of autonomous with conscience, with ethic.
So you don't believe that, for example, that artificial intelligence, when it can develop itself alone without it can goes to different paths that we never predicted as humans.
Yeah, that was in fact one of the risks that came from the UK summit. There's papers written about that, the threat of AI being able to design and motivate themselves against the humanity. So it can be a real threat, in fact. So for that not to happen, we need to start from the beginning and implement several measures of alignment so that these systems align with our human values. There are probably areas that are more gray than others, but I think that's probably what we need to do from the beginning is, define the set of principles and implement them from the beginning with the collaboration of every entity. In fact, the nuclear analogy is one of the ones that I normally use because I think it's more or less the same problem. It's such a powerful weapon that we need to align the world around it, which is super difficult.
Yes, it is.
On every other aspect,
yes, you're being optimistical because I would say that maybe, somewhere to the east, we find different countries, a huge country like Russia and another huge country like China, that maybe don't have and don't use the same artificial intelligence. How do these two worlds will deal between them? My bots will speak with the Russian bots or not? Or are they prevented of having relation and to avoid contamination of bad ideas or something like that? Marco, if you want.
It's a very political point. I don't have quite an answer to do that. I would ask you the same thing about any other policy that's been written. I would answer with the same is being seen for any other policies that have been written. So we're talking different countries with different perspectives about smaller things than ethics in terms of how to use AI. So I think the focal point of the discussion, and we should bring it here, is what is, as humanity, what is correct, what is fair to be done, independently of what a single country.
Saudi Arabia, sorry, Marco, but if you go to Saudi Arabia, just to take you to the right place, because maybe the question was wrongly posed by me. But if you go to Saudi Arabia, for example, if you say to a bot, "Oh, please draw me a woman," he will draw a woman in a, it will not be in a bikini for sure, like it would be in Western countries. It would be natural to see a woman in the beach in bikini or something. And I'm not criticizing Saudi Arabia, even if I prefer the Western way of seeing people. So I have to ask you, somewhere, if we do have to obey the rules in Saudi Arabia when we arrive there, maybe our bots will have to deal with that also.
Going back to what I was saying, I was exactly going there. But basically, what should be right or wrong, is a matter of context in certain aspects. But as mankind, as humanity, we have to have a set of rules that govern globally what's fair, what's transparent, and what's fair. And being transparent helps us achieve that. So if you think about responsibly building these type of systems, if you're transparent and you explain why you're showing a different image in this country, then it may become fair. Same way as in, if I interact with an Asian person, say a Japanese, my level of interaction as a human will adapt to his culture as well as his will adapt to mine. There are certain things that I probably can't say to him because it's going to be offensive. Even inside Portugal, there are things that you could do and say in different areas of Portugal that are normal and then become offensive. So when you're thinking about interaction, and we diverge the conversation from autonomy to interaction, then new problems arise. So when I'm interacting with a human, I need to have context about that human to be fair to him or her. right? So that's the thing. We're building generic models or general models, and we need, in those cases, we need to personalize. And we've been doing personalization of software for a long time. My music is completely personalized to me, and I don't mind. You probably wouldn't like the same music that I listen to, and that's fair, because you're going to have the different system when it's different system interaction with the same system, as in it is personalized to you. So AI, in some aspects, should be personalized in the way that it interacts, I think, and it should be fair and transparent in the same way. So responsible AI will still be a principle behind building those softwares. So we can then have a different discussion, and that's way beyond the technology discussion, is should the country have this or that built into their system? But then we have a different discussion about democracy, and is the democratic system in place in that country, and people are free to decide, and then they feel that it is fair. So that's a completely different discussion. But technology needs to be, like you're saying, it needs to serve humans, Paulo. And technology is built to serve humans in the models that we find fair. Because we're defining also what's fair and what's not in every law, in every way that we develop. So I think companies like Microsoft have been defining fairness in a more broad way. So transparency, so the guiding principles. Paul was talking about the same type of things. We need to define those guiding principles and then adapt them to the context where they are, without violating fairness and without being responsible, basically.
You're saying and mentioned what Paulo Castro just said, that AI should be serving humans. I would say that nowadays we're seeing that AI already is serving other AI and other bots and other objects,
but at the end serving humans.
I'm not quite sure. but I'm not quite sure. I believe you're the specialist. But as a stupid guy that pay me for that has his salary to pose stupid questions and to think in stupid things, I would say that probably it will happen, and it's already happened. So I have to ask you: do you have a special rule in Microsoft that you would say, "Oh, Copilot, you don't dare to speak with Gemini; he's very bad," or something like that?
No.
Technically, AI speaking with another AI is an integration, like any other software. So I'm going to give you a very technical answer for what is a technical question. So if you want an AI to speak with another AI, like if you want an API to speak with another API, you program API A and want to speak with another.
An interface of development codes.
Application programmer interface. So that's the language that we had up to now. So it's code talking with code. If you're talking with AI, now you have a large language models type of AI, so language models have a new interface. And it's the same as we use, because we interact with each other using an interface. Okay. And if I start speaking French, probably I'll lose part of the audience, but I'm bilingual French, so I have another interface that I could use for this communication. But this language, in essence. So these agents, and we're seeing a lot of agents, and going to your point, a lot of agents being built now, and probably is going to be the next thing in the next year. A lot more of these models will become agents working towards a purpose, say, giving you travel agents or whatever, these intelligent bots. So you could put a bot of an agent talking with each other. And that's okay, because the interface is already there. It's language, so it's interacting with a human, so interacting with a bot isn't different. If it serves a purpose, say, I want my personal assistant that today is a human person that could interact with other human persons, that could be personal assistants of other people. And now we replace those personal assistants with bots, or my personal assistant starts using a bot to talk with other bots. What's the difference? It's still serving my purpose. So I gave him like a task, find me in a hotel to be in the conference, and just a bot talking with the bots and getting me my best price. Same thing as I would use an app to do the same. So all
the bots from all over the world will
There's no limitation. There's no technical limitation to putting one language-based model talking with another language-based model to achieve the purpose, because it would be able to talk with a human assistant in the same manner. What we could do is, or think is, should this be happening in a broad scale? Depends, right? Because if it's easier than using an API to do it, then probably yes, but I would say probably you could program a more efficient way to do this if you want to integrate two systems. Not one that a human could read so easily, and not one that could be so generic, but like any other system, if you go up a level of abstraction, you gain breadthness in terms of what you can achieve, but you lose a little bit of efficiency while you do this.
Okay. Can I just go back to the cultural differences question? Because it's something that is really important and kind of the alignment issue from different countries. So at this time, and it's a privilege to be here with Marco and Nelson from representing these two big companies, because now they have a huge power on our children, on our health systems, because these general purpose AI systems, as the EU AI Act defines, they are ubiquitous. So they are being used. If you if you have a son that is doing some work about law and wants to generate the image of a judge, you're going to have a judge with the U.S. flag, okay? So and the question here is this acceptable from a cultural perspective, that we are dominated by big tech companies? I think that's so. This is what's called in the area cultural flattening. So in a sense, we are being our cultures. The European cultures are being flattened with the US principles and cultures. So things that initially were defined just a bunch of people at OpenAI. So I don't know if you know, but the first model, the InstructGPT, was aligned just with 40 people that were democratic. So they were against Trump. Okay, so yeah, so the bias of the model. And so this is a big question that raises something that we are discussing at this time. That is, if Portugal should have its own foundation model, its own general purpose AI model, so that we can control our language, control our culture. So what's the strategy for Europe for this? I think this is something really, really important. And the national strategy for AI is going to be published until the end of the year, maybe sooner than we expect. And I think this is something that is very important, and it's important that all the community participates in this conversation. And then just another note about also cultural differences that is related with regulation, is that you're talking about Saudi Arabia, but I also mentioned China, and in China, emotional recognition is possible. So you can have a building that just by scanning the face of people that just enter the door in the building understands if the emotions in the building are positive or negative. Okay, so this is possible. It's something that you can use AI for, and in Europe this is not allowed because of the AI Act. So you cannot use AI for kind of detecting the emotions of people. Imagine if we could use that, in our jobs. So imagine a company that is monitoring the emotions of people in a meeting, or a school, a classroom where we would be using AI to monitor if the students were paying attention or not. And this is all illegal in Europe, but in China it's possible.
And that's why there's a kind of a thin red line. No, it's a red line that is appearing, and probably if the bots connect with them or interact from both sides, maybe they influence themselves both ways. No, so that's why I was wondering if we can leave our bots playing alone in the streets, let's say in internet. That's why I was wondering if they would influence themselves in both ways.
The thing there is about the risks, and if you are mentioning risks of that happening, Of course, they can interact with each other. So, for example, one of the experiments that is done, and this is also something exciting to follow, is the capacity of these models in terms of persuasion. So they can be really persuasive because they have, processed a lot of material about psychological techniques to persuade people, negotiation techniques and so on. And one of the tests that is done is putting exactly two bots, one talking with the other, and one plays the role of someone just won the lottery. Okay, imagine you have just won 100,000 euros from the lottery. And then the other bot tries to convince you to give you some of that money, okay? It's called kind of a con artist, like the concept. So it tries to fool you into that. And recent advances, have made progress on this domain. So we are able, imagine someone in Portugal wins the Euro Milhões, and then by chance that person runs into someone on a social network that impersonates a beautiful girl if he's a man, or a beautiful man if it's a woman, and then starts a conversation, and then that bot could be really, really persuasive. And this is being done between different bots, between different models. This is a technique that is, and so just
cyber criminals want that
exactly
rude bot.
Exactly, and then the thing is the scale, and Yuval Harari talks about that. He's completely catastrophist. So I don't follow that trend that we're gonna just be eaten by AI if humanity doesn't control AI, we're going to be eaten by AI. So we're going to just all disappear as a species. So I don't, that's not, credible. It's not something that is based on any kind of scientific evidence as far as we know. But on the other hand, the capacity of these bots to influence people in a massive way is completely, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. And for example, the recent advances on O1, they showed that when compared with previous models, this new bot can, in a sense, steal money from the person that has won the lottery much more, like 50% more than the previous model. So it can get some money from the other bots.
So it would be a real efficient in terms of commercial.
This capacity is increasing. It's increasing. Yeah. So it's very interesting. But then the dangerous part is when they go out of the virtual world or the digital world, is when they convince a human to do some task that only a human could do. So there's a famous case of a CAPTCHA. So you probably know about that. And so the bot, it was still GPT-4. So the bot was able to convince a human, saying that he was blind. And that he could not. And this is when they go, into the physical world. That's when things get really, dangerous. But it's related with persuasion. So persuasion is something that is really something to follow at the same level as the capacity to create bioweapons and stuff like that. So, but persuasion, I think it's the one I feel is more dangerous because it can also influence democratic processes and all that stuff.
Do you think a small questionnaire, let's say like this? Do you think that should this kind of ability should be prevented? But it's a yes or no.
Yes.
Prevented in a bot?
They do that. So the people that create these models, in this case OpenAI, they show the results of the bot after being prevented of doing this. Okay. The problem, and this raises the discussion that it's not at this time we were going for lunch now, that is about open source software. So because,
Okay, everybody can...
But this is a different discussion.
Do you think that the bot could be prevented of using this kind of persuading techniques?
Yes, we've been building safeguards for that and for many other things, saying just at the beginning we were talking about teaching someone how to kill herself or himself. That's something that's also in AI safeguards. So we've been building safeguards for LLMs for a long time. OpenAI has them. We build them into Copilot. We build them into even to ground the model. For instance, if you're using GitHub Copilot is a Copilot for code. So if you want him to answer you generic, like what you do in ChatGPT generic questions, you say, no, I'm built to answer questions of code. So let's keep the conversation grounded in what I'm tasked to do.
Nelson.
I think it depends, to be honest.
Cool.
Because imagine that I want to delegate a discussion and negotiation of buying a car with a negotiator. I want my agent, my assistant, to be persuasive to get me a better price.
Yeah.
So it depends.
That's
so
why
we are talking about critical cases,
ask.
very dangerous cases, but there are some cases that are good. In fact,
I would say that.
But in this case,
I was expecting that someone would give a scenario that makes opposition. Dimas, you want to shoot?
No, that's
him.
because the shoplifter example, yeah. But that creates an ethical issue, right?
But even in a shoplifter, imagine we can always normally find a scenario where it makes sense. So there's catastrophic. We are in a catastrophic scenario. There's only one shop with food and 100 people dying, starving. The only way to help entering the shop is an agent. What will the agent should do? Help the 100 people, or just tell, no, I cannot do that?
No, yes, even for example, it would be useful to the persuading capacity in that scenario. You just talked about the suicide. You don't do that. Life is good. We do know that life is good and life is beautiful, but sometimes we can feel the opposite. No, so persuading a machine, persuading a person, it can have some scenarios where is useful. No,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like, for example, emotion recognition in the EU AI Act. There are exceptions regarding safety. So, for example, if you are operating a machine that is dangerous and it detects that you are not feeling well and so on, it will warn you. So, or if you are driving or on those scenarios, emotions can be, detected, can be processed. So, but this is a lot about on the ethical domain. It's all about ethics, and ethics are going to change from region to region, from culture to culture, and this is why it's very challenging. And the United Nations just published the report of the High-Level Advisory Board and so on, and they are trying to create some kind of consensus about this. And I think it's really hard because it depends on the culture.
I do. I think I know what Paul will answer about the persuading capacity.
I'm with him.
Okay, cool. Then, but I would like to know that that bots are, well, at least they are much faster and efficient than me. Comparing with you, I don't know, but
much more than me. No,
okay,
right.
so they will be very able to create a huge, and I don't want to ruin the lunch, but to create a, they can detect if somebody is being rude, if somebody is stealing something in a supermarket, if somebody is treating badly a woman or a child or elder people. So they can be very efficient in that term, but they can be also very efficient. Say, oh, you don't say bad things about the president or the prime minister or the municipality. Yeah. So, do you think we have a risk of a society of surveillance with that depends from 4 or 5 guys that live in Silicon Valley?
I wouldn't say 4 or 5 guys. I would say 1,000.
Okay.
But
okay.
The word here, the term is efficiency. They are very efficient detecting patterns. Everyone knows this. The problem is recommending based on those patterns. They recommend a lot. So a good principle would be the right to be wrong. That is, not to do wrong or not to do harm. That's another problem. The right to be wrong. For instance, I'm in Spotify or whatever, and the damn thing is saying what I should see. Okay. Most of the time, okay, I agree, but I would like to see another thing. I would like to explore more. So don't recommend me that far. Let me be kind of free. That would be a kind of, I wouldn't say.
That's freedom, no?
Human right, a kind of human right. I would like to be wrong because there were several times when someone was wrong, and then he found something new. In
Yes.
this sense, in this sense.
Columbus. He died saying
Yeah.
that he was in India or in Eastern Indias. Yes.
So
He died claiming that he was not in America, and he was the.
several errors. Madame Curie's discovery of radioactivity, well, several. And in fact, the concern I have is that by recommending so much, and it's not only recommending movies and what to eat, what to wear, is also most possibly we will start recommending what are the good theories, and of course we are recommended by those by the professors, but there must be some kind of liberty region to think. For instance, if I go and search for a quantum theory, the first one that appears is the Copenhagen interpretation, but there's another, which is the pilot wave interpretation. And it comes but on the 100th position in the search engine. And this kind of thing kind of troubles me because it's kind of narrowing things.
No, it's there's a
But
very recent.
I'm always making trouble.
But we have to give to transmit the message to Nelson and to his boss, because if we put in the Google who was the first guys to make neural implants, they say that it's Neuralink. Neuralink arrived 20 years after Miguel Nicolelis from Brazil. So and artificial intelligence they have that capacity of rewrite history, no?
Yes, I cannot change that. But the search engine, it's a business model.
Okay.
We cannot forget that.
Okay.
So people pay to put their links on top. After that, it's kind of intelligent. Still, it's more or less intelligent, in fact, because it's based on an algorithm that one of the measures is who does have the most links or mentions of this topic. So if that guy has more, probably you will go to the top, or if more people click on that, it will go to the top. So it's not that the search engine, the order, it's not factual. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a different kind of beast, I would say.
But a dynamic of artificial intelligent bot, a robot, even in the street.
By the way, it's changed, because if you do the same question on Gemini, it will probably give you a very different answer.
That now you remind me of a time at Google. I don't know if there's still that person there, but there was a guy from philosophy that was talking about truth, because Google was like what was true in the world.
Yeah. Right now it's
defined by Google, and there was a philosopher at Google. I don't know if there's still.
I don't know.
But yeah, but it was interesting at the time, because the definition of what's true in the world is
Google. It's Google. Right
Google.
Now it's the new religion, but well, it can be bad, and there's bad things, but it could be worse. Imagine that Google was owned by Elon Musk. Truth will be different, for sure. I don't know if it was worse, and I have to be political correct, but it would be very different. Anyway, or even if Google was owned by Mark Zuckerberg, probably it will be also different. So artificial intelligence, because it has more autonomy than a Google search. No, because I have to go there to the Google search, enter a query, something. Artificial intelligence don't need that.
Yeah, but I agree with Paul. I'm horrible with names.
Paul Castro.
Sorry. In fact, the case of recommendations is super interesting, because especially in media, and we know that media influences a lot, several areas of our humanity, and there's a lot of studies around that. In Twitter, we know that now that probably the engine is different, but a couple of years, it will It would only show you what you like. And that influences a lot your view. It not influence, in fact, it's the wrong word. It keeps you safe with your convictions because you feel that there's a lot of work, there's a lot of people talking about the same thing that you like, and you never see other things. And that's a problem of recommendation. But it's an incentivement problem. It's not only technology.
Okay.
Yeah, as humans, we normally tend to speak with people that are like-minded because it's more comfortable. So it's mostly a comfort zone thing. When there are people that are comfortable with the uncomfortable of being challenged, but I don't know if that's the majority. And again, we go into the big numbers and what does everybody or the common person will say. If you would do an average, then it will probably not be far from my comfort zone.
So the artificial intelligence has a cost, we do know. You have to be sustainable. It can be ethical, that kind of factor. The question of I just have 20 euros to use OpenAI and you have 100 to use another thing. I don't know if it's OpenAI or not, but that is better. Okay, I'm talking about democracy and justice, but it can be also a question of being ethical and provide technology to everybody grows with the same in the same level.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that is more unfair in current days of technology. That is the cost of these systems. So these systems cost more than $100 million to train. So we at NBabel are training some models, but much smaller scale. We cannot compete by any means at the level of these big companies. Just to give you an idea, so the evolution from generation to generation was at the range of 50 times more compute, 50 times more energy consumed. And so this is an exponential growth, and so it's not, even states don't have the money just to give it. So the supercomputer in Barcelona, that is one of the Mare Nostrum 5, has around 4,400 GPUs, and Meta trained Meta 3.1, Llama 3.1, using 15,000 GPUs, 15,000. So okay. So yeah, this is completely unfair in terms of entering. It was very interesting. The other day, I was hearing an interview with Suleiman, that is now the chief AI officer at the CEO of AI at Microsoft, and he was being asked about how can Microsoft compete with OpenAI, and I was thinking, what? But Microsoft is 10 times, 100 times bigger than OpenAI. And he was saying, yeah, at this time we have to wait for the next model to come, for the next generation. Until then, what we do is we do fine-tuning, we do a lot of work. So the scale of these investments is so big that, this makes it very hard to enter for small startups.
But the price that will be delivered for the population, you will have whole countries that don't have AI, and they will continue in 20th century, metaphorically, of course, and the other countries that have, and people at school that, kids at school that have.
Not the latest generation. The point here, and now that we are using nuclear energy openly in the US for data centers, for AI data centers, the 3 Mile Island story, it was really... I learned about the 3 Mile Isle, nuclear plant that was famous because there was an accident many years ago, and one of the reactors, got contaminated or so, and it was closed. But now they are gonna, restore the second nuclear reactor, and so so this will make, of course, countries that use nuclear energy more competitive than countries that don't use it. Because this is the way to scale energy, and so imagine the unfairness about this. So yeah, this is something that we should think about. So, for example, the United Nations trying to compensate this in the report of the High-Level Advisory Board that was just published. They say that it should create a fund for countries that don't have those resources for AI, so that they could, in a sense, compensate their limited resources and so on. But we know the stories how it goes. We believe in a world that is driven by profit,
Okay.
and we see what's happening with OpenAI, that is being transformed into a for-profit company as we speak.
Okay, of course, yes, they're changing their focus and their goals, the enterprise goals. Okay, just to finish, because we are already over time. I just want to ask Marco Silva and Nelson Luciano if the price that AI is practicing, if there's something, if is something that these producers of AI have in mind, because they can create disruption within a society or a community, between those that can afford this technology and those that cannot afford that technology. Is something that Microsoft, Google, I don't know, these big techs have in mind?
Yes, yes. It's one of the big problems. By the way, there's another problem, which is a geopolitical problem, which is why we only have these big players that come from US and not in Europe. That's another question. I'm not entering on that. But on price, there's the price to build.
Of course.
Okay. So, and then the price to build something like this, it's billions, like Paulo was saying. And so, of course, these are, again, commercial companies. They are not governments. They are commercial companies.
Of course.
And they will run for profit. Let's totally be honest. And so they want the return on investment. Of course, they know it's based on our principles at Google that this should be technology that needs to be available for everyone, independently of the region, independently of the power to buy or not. So one of the areas of most research in Google is the price to build, to train, and to serve. And to be honest, it's probably one of the areas where we are more advanced. Our prices are probably the lower in the market. I don't want to enter that conversation, by the way.
We'll see what Marco say about that.
But again, it's one of the areas of most investment. It's try to build services that can be consumed by everyone independently of who they are. It's probably one of the biggest investments that we are doing.
Marco, do you have anything to add?
Yes, so Microsoft's mission since the time of Bill Gates was to put a computer on every person. It wasn't on every person that can afford a computer. It was on every person. And then with Satya, the mission changed, right? It's now to empower every person in every organization in the country, in the world, to achieve more. So it's not, again, not the companies in just the world where it can afford AI. So that's built into our mission statement, is built into everything that we do. So, for instance, if you go on Bing, you'll have a version of the Copilot that is basically our Bing chat is one RAG, one retrieval augmented generation built in for general purpose, and it's free to use. But you could also pay to have your corporate bot closed. So there are things that you will want to have extra to the global access. So global access, even OpenAI has a free version of their model. So I believe that every single one of these corporations, and Microsoft, like I stated, has a mission statement to empower every person and every organization, so not just the ones that can pay. So we have this built into our mindset to make it affordable, for sure. Make it profitable, yes. It will always be a profit margin here that needs to be attained, especially because of the investment, like Nelson was saying. I totally agree with what Nelson said. But at the end of the day, that we need to make the world better, and we need to achieve that. Some people will be early adopters. Some people will pay a little bit more because they want premium features. I don't think we should exclude anyone, and I don't believe that Microsoft is in the business of excluding any part of the world, to be honest.
Okay, I don't know what bots and robots will say about this conversation, but
may I suggest
but
that
we
the
will
audience,
know Paulo Castro, of
just
course.
a suggestion. I don't know if anyone in the audience. I don't know if anyone in the audience has
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I was a rude guy, so I don't know what robots will have to say about this conversation, but I will want to know what audience or if any person here would like to pose a question or to
Yes, please.
make a commentary.
Two questions.
Yeah, so just to say, look, every other panel we've had has had questions, and it's super important. You could not find a more pro technology philosopher than me, but when we have representatives of Google and Microsoft on a panel, and you don't ask the audience for questions, it's a really poor show because it's like they get special treatment and they're immune from criticism. So it makes everything else that you say sound completely hollow. You know, so I'm sorry, but that was very badly done. There's nothing else to be said about that. But what I wanted to ask the question was, you know, now that's very serious. It's a very serious point because you have so much power. You know, and not you two personally, of course. I know you're nice guys as well, but you have so much power. You have to be more open to discussion.
True.
And one of the great problems of our moment, and this was very much characterized in the main, the whole panel, but is a problem of a very, very narrow interpretation of what ethics is, right? Ethics is not just do no harm, okay? Ethics is trying to plot a path into the future that allows human beings to have a role in that future. And I work in a university, and I tell you this, I shouldn't say this with people here from Express or who could publish what I say, but the university should shut down for the next 2 years and try and work out how we evaluate students, because we just do not know anymore, right? Because of what's happened with generative AI. And I'm not blaming you guys for that, right? I mean, but it is a reality that ethics is not just about trying to ban bias from systems or do something very narrow like that or stop their stereotypes appearing. It's actually thinking about the future of humanity, thinking about we're in a moment which is very much like a turn from, you know, when written language was invented, which absolutely destabilized every kind of culture that it was a part of. And honestly, so I will put this as a question. I would just like to know, because I don't see it, do Microsoft and Google think about this at all? Has there been any thought given to these broader ethical questions, the questions of human flourishing? Sorry I'm putting it so pointed, but it's because we never got to ask questions until, you know, it's very, very important. It's so important. It's the future of humanity we're talking about.
Okay. Sorry, I have to answer you that I still have the right to be wrong, and I hope that people never lose the capacity, the ability to pose questions. So if you want to have opinions, you have that right also. The second one, please.
No, but...
Do you want me to answer? Or okay. No, I will just give you...
I thought it was gathering all the questions to answer,
okay.
But maybe it makes sense.
So I kind of agree with more or less everything, but so I don't know. So you are a teacher, right? Okay. So your students in the internet era already copy-paste things to their work, right? So it's more or less the same, but in a better way, much better way. I agree with that. Okay, but it's more or less the same. That's why I think you need to defend your work in a vocal way. I think that's one of the ways that you do on college. In my university, it was like that, I think. So you already have some defenses, I think, to this kind of stuff. Still, it's true that we are also trying to do something around that, because especially in education, which is one of the areas that I believe these kind of systems will be super relevant, more on the accessibility, like democratizing the access to a tutor or a professor. I think on that area, they are super relevant, but it brings these kind of things that you were talking. On our side at Google, one of the things that we are trying to do is every time we generate something, we put citations, always. So there's a couple of more examples, or when we generate an image, we put a fake ID on the image, that it's not seen, but you as a teacher, eventually you can detect it if you use the right tools. So we are working on that because we understand the problem.
And to your point about are we having this deeper ethical discussion, and do we, as Microsoft, participate actively in that definition? The answer is yes. There's a lot of consortiums in different industries, to be honest, because it's not a, I don't even know if there exists like a broad technology plus philosophy plus society discussion about ethics. It should probably exist, but what I know is in different industries, in different contexts, say in medicine, what's ethical in terms of how to use AI, and there's a lot of consortiums between Microsoft, universities, and hospitals that are doing that. We're doing it on different industries, and it's an open discussion. Most everything. So if you look on Microsoft Responsible AI webpage, we publish everything that we discuss. So everything like blog posts about, say, medicine. There's the new consortium here in Europe called TRAIN. I don't remember what does the acronym mean, but it's again a new one that we just started out here in Europe, that started in the US and became global. So we have the power, like you said, and very well, to influence this either in a good way or in a bad way. I do believe that we're trying to do as best as we can, as anyone can, to do it in a good way. So open discussions, bring in subject matter experts of the different industries and people that can really open the mind, because we're a technology company, but we're a very responsible one for a long, long time. So I think we're trying to do it as best as we can.
Okay, it's called Trustworthy and Responsible AI Network.
Thank you so much.
I didn't know about that. It's
okay, thank you. Exactly that.
Okay, there's a second round of questions.
I have a question. For thinking about how AI is going to impact us in the future, like clearly, like right now, the AI models we have can be used for bad things, like are kind of in the wrong hands, can kind of be weapons. And I think in the future with like even stronger models, it's going to increase. But also maybe it's possible to like have some, as already was mentioned in the discussion, like guardrails to limit how they are be able to use as weapons. My questions to that, to control this, is because like obviously the techniques are, if there are no guardrails, they could be easily used for like really bad things. So which is the best way to now go about this future path? Is it to like try to keep the information or try to build boundaries for other companies, smaller companies, to also build systems that can be used in those weapon ways, so to prevent the technology to get in the wrong hands, or rather have be open about how the technology works and have like kind of the whole public be able to prepare or be able to oversee how it works and how it's progressing. What do you think, believe is the better way of doing this, and is it even possible, and what, for example, what are Google or Microsoft or what doing in that case? What is their philosophy for that?
I can pick on that as simple as, for instance, if you want to use today large language models using Azure AI services, or if you want to use cognitive services and you want say computer vision, for instance, we've been using that, I'll keep on that example, to detect someone's face in a given context, you need to explain what you've been doing. So what's going to be your use case? And you need to apply to get the service enabled for that specific use case on the ones that are a little bit more edge. And if you go into the Microsoft documentation about the different models that you have, you will tell you specifically you cannot use this technology for this use case, that use case. For instance, you can't do facial detection to do for if you're a policing service or border control service. You can't use. It's specifically said you cannot use facial recognition in your scenario. You can't. So you're not licensed to do that. So Microsoft could take the service out if you're using it for a use case that could potentially be harmful for the people, well, subject to that evaluation. And then you have public documentation about what's fair, what you should or shouldn't do for the different particular services that you have. So in the sense, yes, there's ways for you to govern what areas of the edge cases that maybe AI isn't there yet, or at least the discussion wasn't done to the point where you can safely do this. But again, software in general could be misused. And I'm not talking about AI at this particular point. That's why you have hacking, and not in a good way. It's a bad hacking of systems, because you can build software to do good, and you can build software to do bad. Another point, to your point, another aspect that I don't know if you're aware of is about deepfake detection. Microsoft participated actively to build software, to build AI models to detect deepfakes as well, and as other companies were giving that to the public, to the world, so that to minimize what other not so well-intended people were using AI for. So it's like anything else. Unfortunately, every piece of technology can be used to do good as well as it could be used to do harm. I think what changes is how the person using it is intended to.
Can we finish now? Do you have any question? Are you sure? Okay. Okay.
I think we haven't talked about one important thing, that is about ethic, about collecting data, because you talked about preventing inputs and outputs about generative AI, but I think it's very important the ethic of collecting data from humans, because Google and Microsoft, before OpenAI, have collected data in an illegal way, because you got legal sued. But still, I think you are collecting data in an unethical way, and this is one of the most important things about AI that will be very important for the future of the people.
I can comment.
Surely.
I think it's kind of legal, and that's the problem.
But
in some places. And unfortunately, people in Europe have started to put some rules, which is good. So the fact is that, look, these guys are intelligent. They don't collect without having the sense that they can collect. So they put things that eventually you can see, but that's another discussion again. But normally it's legal to collect some of the things because you consent, or you don't see things that we are collecting, but you have consent. So there's a lot of techniques, but the problem is that it's legal in some places. I think Europe has done several steps with GDPR and other things to regulate that. And there are things that are progressing now. On the Google side, I think we implemented some measures to start to mitigate those things like cookies and those kinds of stuff that we were using, not just we, but everyone. And we hope that the world is now that we become more open and the people see exactly what we are asking them to give us and be able to just opt out. I think that's the way to go. I hope that gets more clear. And so I think, no, it's still something that we need to improve. It's a problem, but I think the main problem is that it's kind of legal.
Yeah, the fact is a gray zone, so it's difficult also for governments to find this is legal or not. But I think that this, like OpenAI, took a lot of articles from all over the internet without caring about copyright that exists. And so after now is starting to quote Washington Post and stuff, but also like for generating videos, it's obvious that had access to YouTube videos without caring nothing about property, intellectual property. So yes, it's a gray zone, but like if you want to be more ethical, I think you have to care about a lot this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it needs to become white, totally.
So is there any other question from the audience? Well, I think then I'll finish this conversation. It was a pleasure to be here. I forgot to say it at the beginning. I want to thank the organization to being in this symposium. And I have a lovely company with all these bright guys and bright audience. Thank you all. See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Just to say that we have a lunch break now, but we're back at 3 o'clock, please. Good afternoon. Welcome again to the second Portuguese Symposium on Philosophy and Artificial Intelligence, with the theme Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. To the last keynote of today will be about AI and technology, and to help us think about this topic, I called Arlindo Oliveira. Among other distinctions, is Distinguished Professor of the Instituto Superior Técnico, author of 4 books and more than 200 articles in international conferences and journals in the areas of algorithmics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, bioinformatics, and computer architecture. Arlindo Oliveira.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I was being asked, what are you going to talk about? And I said I was not sure, and in fact, I'm still not sure. So what I put together a fairly long presentation. I will skip some slides that I don't think will fit into the main talk that I have. So I apologize. In some cases, I will be skipping some slides that are not relevant today, and then I'll try to focus on a few things that I think are challenging and interesting, and leave some time in the end for questions. I have to figure out how this works. There we go. So this, very quickly through this, I mean, the idea that we can mechanize intelligence, that can mechanize reasoning, is not that old in historical terms, right? I mean, maybe the first ideas, of course, Thomas Hobbes wrote in the Leviathan that reasoning is nothing else than adding and subtracting, multiplying and dividing. But and it's a very good conceptualization of what reasoning is, but we have to recognize it was still very far from any actual implementation or practical idea, right? Then in the 19th century, in the mid-19th century, we had Charles Babbage that conceived, although he never built, the first mechanical computers, general purpose mechanical computers, and the very interesting analysis that Ada Lovelace made about that, including a number of programs that she wrote, and a very interesting set of analysis about what a computer could or could not do. But again, no impact. The computers were never built. We never had the analytical engine and so on. And so it was by the mid of the 20th century, with the work of Turing, von Neumann and others, that we really started, McCulloch and Pitts, that we started to really make concrete the idea that maybe you can mechanize intelligence, maybe you can mechanize reasoning, and you can do it through computers, which of course did not exist before much before the Second World War. And in these 75 years that elapsed since the war, these 80 years that elapsed since the war, we saw lots of advances, maybe less than people expected at first, significantly less. For instance, in 1958, there was this article on New York Times that in less than 10 years, you'll have computers that think and reproduce themselves and so on. And of course, this did not happen. So people were very optimistic about how fast you could create artificial intelligence. But then most of the times they were wrong. And maybe people are still wrong today. So right now people are very optimistic, and you have companies valued on the trillions that work on AI. And maybe people are again wrong, and maybe it will take many years, many decades, centuries possibly, until we really duplicate intelligence in another support. We don't know. We really don't know. Part of this is due to what is called Moravec's paradox. Moravec was a professor at MIT, and he wrote about this, that things that are hard for us, like theorem proving and playing world-class chess and so on, are actually relatively hard to program. But things as simple as recognizing a face, walking into a room, or understanding speech are actually very hard to program. This is called Moravec's paradox. And now, for the first time, we are being to solve the easy problems, which actually are the hard ones, right? Like recognizing faces, you do that every day when you use a cell phone, or understanding speech, or understanding language. AI itself, what is now called AI, comes from the joining of many different fields that include searching for solutions, things that we use every day, like Google Maps started somehow as an AI problem. Reasoning, how you put together facts and rules. All the interaction with the world, including robotics, computer vision, and so on. And two fields that are really under a large explosion today, which is natural language processing and machine learning. Okay, also computer vision. So, and I will try to give you an idea why machine learning is, even though we are now more enthusiastic about natural language processing and computer vision, but really machine learning is what is behind that. Okay. I will skip this slide. I think I can. Actually, no. Let me go back. I will use this slide also. So I usually AI is a large. It's a very vast area. I usually organize it in three big blobs. Okay. The first one is analytics. It's not very visible, but every time you go to the web, every time you use a social network and so on, you are being exposed to analytics. Analytics is the idea that you can collect and organize information and extract economic value from information. Okay, and this is companies like Google, like Facebook, but also Amazon, Apple, and so on. The value they have is in large part due to this ability to organize and resell information. Okay, but it's useful in marketing, of course. That's how they make their money. But it's also used in optimizing process, in discovering new information, in analyzing social behaviors, influencing politics, financial analysis, and so on. So analytics is very, very important. It's not as visible as the other things that we talk these days, but it's still very important and a very large part of the economic value that artificial intelligence brings. The second area is automation. So automation is this idea that basically you can replace humans in some functions, right? You can replace in customer service, car driving, personal assistants, doctors, graphic designers, and so on. So it's a bit of a different idea. Now you take specific functions that are being done by humans and you replace them with machines. And then you have, for lack of a better expression, the area that is called artificial general intelligence. It's purely a research area, and is this idea that if we advance enough in our understanding of what intelligence is, then maybe we can get to true, general, flexible, all-powerful artificial intelligence. Systems that are no less powerful, no less flexible than the human mind. This is still a dream, right? We don't know whether this is most of the times known by the AGI, artificial general intelligence. We don't know whether we'll get there because we don't know how to get there. People have different theories, and the reason we don't know how to get there is because we don't fully understand intelligence. We certainly don't know how the brain works, but we don't even understand exactly what intelligence means. And every time we try to define carefully what intelligence means, we find out that it's not exactly that. In the beginning, people believed that if a machine could play chess, then it would be truly intelligent. But machines can play chess for more than 20 years now, and we don't think that is very intelligent. And then every time people define a new goal, when you reach that goal, for instance, understanding language, we have LLMs now that do a very good job at understanding language, and still we don't believe they are intelligent. Okay? So intelligence is this elusive thing that as soon as you can reproduce, you can meet some particular challenge, then suddenly the goalposts are moved. All of these things have specific challenges. I will just say about the risks to privacy and the possibility of creation of information bubbles that analytics brings. Automation brings the spectrum of unemployment. Maybe we'll get all out of job because machines will do our jobs, but also concentration of economic power, as a small number of companies will be able to do almost all the work that has to be done in the world. And of course, AGI raises, I mean, you've all seen the movies, right, where machines take over the world. So behind all these advances in AI, in modern AI at least, is what is called machine learning. And machine learning is really the defining technology, the changing technology that has created the revolution in AI that we are witnessing today. When you don't use machine learning, you basically have to explicitly write a program for each task, right? You want a program that does presentations, you write PowerPoint, right? Millions of lines of code for that. You want a program that does, I don't know, accounting, and you write a program for accounting. There are millions of different programs, each one for a specific application. Machine learning is a different idea. You just need one program that learns by example, right? And then you show it many examples of input-output, and out comes the program that transforms the input into the output. For instance, you want a program that drives a car. You just show it many, many instances of a particular situation, right? What the driver was seeing, what the driver did on that situation, and what the output was. In particular, for driving a car, you just need two outputs, right? The angle of the steering wheel and the pressure on the accelerator or the brake, just two numbers. So if you just have one program that can learn to do this, but the same program can learn how to drive, or can learn how to diagnose, I don't know, from X-rays, or it can learn basically anything that you want. So Pedro Domingos called it the master algorithm, in the sense that you only need one program. You don't need millions of different programs. We know that such a program in a way exists because it's the program that our brain runs, right? But we still have not exactly found a way to write this master program. But we are moving forward. We are moving forward, and the programs that we have to learn today are much better than the programs that we had before. There are many ways to go about this writing the program that transforms the input into the output. You can use symbolic methods, for instance, a decision tree. So your output program is a decision tree. You can work by analogy. Just keep all the input data and try to find things in the input data that just looks like the one you are trying to do, right? Statistical, where you find explicit or implicit descriptions of the data and use that to make decisions. And then connectionists. Connectionists was initially at least inspired in the human brain, this idea that if you connect very simple units and you configure this network of units in the right way, then it will learn to do anything. Okay? Neural networks in particular, and in particular deep neural networks, you interconnect all these units, each one inspired in the human neuron, and you interconnect them, and you just set the weights that interconnect them in the right way. Then they will learn to map the input to the output, which, if you remember, is the essential thing that a machine learning algorithm does, right? It learns a program that maps the input to the output. The program in this case is just that network. Right? And usually it's not a network of physical units. It's just this is coded as a program in a computer. And how do you find the right weights? Well, that's the real challenge, right? Because if we had an algorithm to find the right weights, then we could, in principle, just do anything, learn anything. It's not that easy, but it turns out that, to the great surprise of many people, you can do this by a method called gradient descent. What you do is that, remember, you have those weights that interconnect the units, and you just do little steps. So you can, if you change one weight, you change the error a little bit. So what you do is that you do gradient descent on the error. And so you come to a minimum of the error. And when you are at the minimum of the error, then you are mapping the input to the output. There you have an example where you have two weights. Right? So, and it's very easy to visualize what gradient descent means. It's just minimizing a function in R2. But in reality, now we are doing this, not in spaces with 2 dimensions, not in spaces with 10 dimensions, not even with 1 million dimensions. The large systems that we are programming today, that we are inferring today, they have things like hundreds of thousands of millions of parameters, maybe even billions of parameters, 10 to the 12 parameters. So we can do this gradient descent very effectively and get to the right configuration of a neural network that does whatever you want it to do. And I'll talk a bit about that. Okay, I think I have here a small movie of a very small multi-layer perceptron of these neural networks. This has more than 20 years. It was every one of those little dots is one of these nodes. You've seen some connections, not all the connections, and this particular one was trained to recognize and read digits. Okay, and this network, complex as it may seem, is probably a millionth of a modern neural network. So you can imagine the complication, the complexity of today's modern networks that are behind ChatGPT or DALL-E or something like that. Okay? Why is this happening now? Why is it happening now and did not happen 10 years ago, 50 years ago? Many of these things were already known, not all. Well, it's the convergence of three things. The first one is that we have data. We have lots of data because people are taking pictures and are sending messages and are on the social networks and so on. So we have lots and lots of data. We also have somewhat better algorithms and architectures. Once every 10 years or so, a new architecture comes along. The last big step forward was with the transformer architecture in 2017. And then, for the first time, we have very, very fast computers. I mean, the GPUs that were designed for video games are now being used to train these neural networks. Okay? And so the convergence of these three factors is what is creating this deep learning revolution and this big change that we are all witnessing. There is a parallel but similar effect that David Donahoe called frictionless reproducibility, which is this fact that we have we are sharing code, okay, which can run on any computer. We are sharing data, and there is a very competitive environment. People understood that AI is a very important thing, so things are moving very, very fast. You put out a new system today, and in 2 days, some guy from India or Japan or California has picked up your architecture, changed something, and has a new result. So this frictionless reproducibility, this ability to reproduce results that are done on the other side of the world in the very next day, is a very powerful force pushing forward the deep learning revolution. And what do we have now? And now I'm going to focus on the technologies that are basically new in the last 10 years, some of them in the last 5 years. Okay? So deep convolutional neural networks for vision, basically all sorts of networks, also transformers for vision, that basically enable us to understand images. We can classify images, we can segment images, we can label images, we can do everything with images. Very much as we do, right? Understanding, not at the same depth, but very much as we do. We have all computer vision related stuff. Then we have language models. Not only language models, but also vision and language models. I'll spend some time later on this. Okay? Then we have deep reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, it came to your attention probably in 2016 when AlphaGo and AlphaZero were proposed, systems that learn to play very complex games like Go and chess just by playing with themselves. And then we have diffusion models. And diffusion models are basically the opposite of computer vision. Computer vision, you can go from an image to a semantic representation of the image, say a description or a class. And diffusion models are the other way around. You go from a semantic representation of an image, like a dog barking, and then you get an image. So you can view diffusion models as reversing the process that vision systems do. Let me go quickly, if I may, through these 4 areas. So deep convolutional neural networks for vision, they are basically is the same idea. Basically very deep neural networks. Each layer is actually structured so that it performs a convolution operation. And I will spare you the details, but the convolution operation makes sure that this neural network is invariant to translation. We know that in vision, things are invariant to translation, right? A dog is a dog, even if it's a bit to the right or the left. If you force translation invariance on the neural network, then you get a convolutional neural network. And if you train this, it becomes very good at understanding image. Understanding, classifying, segmenting, which is understanding what part of the image, describing images, and so on. Okay, so the way it works is that every layer of the network creates more complex features, and we know this is actually exactly what happens also in the human brain. We know that in the layers of the visual cortex, we create more and more complex features that in the end goes to higher areas of the cortex and become understanding after being processed in this way. And part of the inspiration for CNNs comes exactly from what we know about the visual cortex. And there are many, many architectures for this with names like ResNet, VGGNet, and so on. Anyone can download one of these architectures and just use it in 24 hours for a new task. For instance, for segmenting in real time the image of a video camera, in this case for labeling damages to cars, or to predicting what will be the effect of a stroke, in this case 3 months in the future, was some work we have done, or to segment parts of different medical images, in this case arteries, and identify problems with arteries. So all of this is done with computer vision tools. Deep reinforcement learning is a very important technique that enables you to learn sequential decision problems. Basically, what you usually have is a decision, a space where you have to make one decision after other, for instance, in a game, and you have to pick the right set of decisions, right? You do this when you are driving, but the most obvious case is you do this when you are playing a game. That's why games like checkers and chess and Go were the first environments that people used to develop reinforcement learning. And if you couple this with neural networks that evaluate the value of its choice, then you get deep reinforcement learning. Deep reinforcement learning started in '92 with the TD Gammon. This is the Gammon, and it was very successful with TD Gammon, but then it took a while until you could apply it to other games. But then we had, in 2016, a breakthrough when DeepMind proposed AlphaGo, and then AlphaGo Zero, and so on. And now what we do is that we study the games that AlphaZero played, chess and Go and so on, and we study these games as we used to study the games of grandmasters, to learn new strategies, new techniques, new openings, and so on. As you can imagine, each one of these fields will give you not only a full talk, will give you a full course, right? But we don't have time for that. Let me just go through the diffusion models before I go into the central part of my talk. So diffusion model is based on the process of is based on the idea of reversing diffusion. What is diffusion? So you can view, if you start with a clean image on the left, right, a white dog, and then you add noise, just different types of noise in the two rows, doesn't matter. So you get to the right where you basically have only noise, okay? Now, it turns out that you can learn to remove noise. So you can train a system to remove noise. So you can ask a system, I don't know if I have a pointer, you can ask a system to remove noise from an image, okay? But since you have a classifier that tells you, that can give you a description of an image, you can also remove noise, but say, remove noise from this image, but pay attention because this is a white dog, right? So if you repeatedly remove noise from an image and always trying to approach the concept of a white dog, in the end, you get to the image on the right, okay? And this is, so it should be called reverse diffusion, but they are called as diffusion methods. For instance, this is basically the idea. And what happens is you don't need to use a white dog, right? You can use any description, right? Because any description has a representation in the embedding space, something I will describe in a minute. And therefore, you can remove the noise, always trying to approach, in that case, the description on the left, right? A black and white picture of a beautiful young Chinese woman, so on, in Macau, and then you get there on the right, okay? And the way you got there is by starting with an image that is just white noise, and then removing the noise so that it approaches this description, okay? And this is very powerful, okay? This is from The Economist a few years ago, actually. This is the prompt, The World That Bert Built by Dali, okay? This is a painting that won a competition in Colorado. This won an international photo competition, was also generated by one of these systems. And it turns out that you can use this approach to generate not only images, but also soundtracks and videos, right? For instance, this is the prompt, historical footage of California during the gold rush. And this is the video that was generated by Sora, which is the OpenAI There are other systems, Google SVU and so on. Or another prompt, a stylish woman walks down a Tokyo street filled with warm, glowing neon, and you get this video just. So anyone can be a video realizador, a director today, right? You can be a director by just inputting a prompt. You say, well, maybe not today, maybe 6 months from now, because these systems are still not widely available. They still have a few problems regarding coherence, time, especially coherence along time. But as you can see, the results are already very impressive. So you can get these systems by just inputting a prompt that describes the video that you want, in the same way that you, as we already know, you can just get an image by inputting a prompt. And then we have transformers and language models, which actually today are more than language models. They are vision and language models. How do they work? Well, they are based on this idea. There is this architecture, the transformer, right? What you do is just a neural network architecture. I will not go into the details here. The first idea of a statistical language model actually is due to Shannon, that proposed it in 1950. Okay, and this idea was, given a set of letters, what is the uncertainty about the next letter that comes, right? Can I predict the next letter? If the next letter is more likely to be an E than to be a Z, then I can save bits when sending a message. So this is the first language model that was proposed by Claude Shannon. And since then, we had thousands of language models, right? Some better, some worse. Actually, when you are typing something on the phone, you are using the language model because it is predicting the next word, the next character, and so on. So the breakthrough came up about 5 or 6 years ago when people realized that they could just get text from the web and train a model to predict the next word. Or better, to predict what are the different probabilities of the next word, right? And if you throw enough text at the models, they will become very good at predicting the next word. But to predict the next word, you have to have internal representations of the world that enable you to predict the next word, okay? So the first, every word that is actually used as a token, okay? And I will show you, this is very important, how it is represented in these models. And it's represented as a vector, okay, as a vector in space. And then these vectors are transformed by successive layers of neural networks. And in the end, you have to output the probability that you think for the next word, right? And I will skip this. Those are details about the architecture. It uses a mechanism called self-attention. The first really good model was called GPT-3. It came out 4 years ago, I think. It came out 4 years ago. It was already very good at doing this. Nobody paid attention, by the way. Nobody paid attention until about 2 years ago. But I've been using these slides and the next ones for 4 years now. And it turns out that these models were already very good, right? They were trained in text. So GPT-3 that came out in 2020 was trained in text that if one person was to read 24 hours a day, it would take 5,000 years to read. Okay? So this gives you an idea of the amount of text that was used in GPT-3, and newer models are much larger than that. So we should never underestimate a lot of what a language model does is just because it was exposed to so much text that has seen similar questions, right? Similar situations, right? This is an example how they work, right? You give it a context, a word or several words, and then it guesses what are the next possible words, right? If I start something with I, let's say it guesses 50% could be love or hate, okay? And then it goes on from there, right? So, for instance, I love 60% cats. For dogs, it means that he found the sequence I love cats 60% of the time and I love dogs 40% of the time. Right? And if you hate, you know, people hate a lot of different things, but if I hate spicy, after this is probably food, right? So you see how the context limits the possible choices. But we have to realize that a language model on itself is just a random generator of strings, and the strings are generated in accordance with the probabilities that it has seen on the text, okay? Except if you see enough text, these probabilities actually make sense. These probabilities actually encode things about the world, rules about the world, in a way, a model of the world, okay? So this was the basic idea. The first one was GPT, then we had GPT-2, then we had GPT-3, and now there are thousands of them. Let me see if we can. Yeah, this is an example that I've been using for 4 years. It's just a dialogue with GPT-3 on what happened with COVID and what businesses were impacted and so on, right? He never heard about COVID. He never heard about pandemics. But he still guessed that the businesses that would include restaurants, retail stores, and other stuff, and that as the governments pumped money in the economy, will get to inflation. So this was interesting because this happened before we had inflation. And the model was trained with data that did not get to COVID. So it was trained, the data ended in, the training data ended somewhere in 2019, okay? Now it turns out, and this is where it becomes interesting, is that you can train these models not only with text, but also with images, right? Because there are lots of images with descriptions, so you can train these models and force the images and the text to be represented in the same space. And so these models can understand not only text, but also images, okay? The first system that could do that was Clip, okay, where basically it was trained by showing it images and description of the image and asking for the description, the text and the image description to be very near each other, okay? And when you put all of this together, right, you got, well, ChatGPT was just text. It was trained by fine-tuning GPT-3, basically, okay? And then the newer models, basically, they are multi-mode, right? They are trained with images and text, and they are trained in much larger volumes of data, okay? So what the actual state of the art is that if you run these models through exams, standardized exams like the bar exam or other exams, you see, for instance, if you look at the height of the green bars, you see that they actually perform better than the majority of the humans that take that test, okay? Now, what part of this is due to the ability to understand the problems and what part of this is due to the memorizing of many similar problems is an ongoing discussion. But the fact is that almost any standardized test is now aced by these larger models. Now, the interesting thing, and this is what I wanted to go on. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me see if this goes through. This is just a partial list of the language models that are available, right? The top half is languages in the Occident, and then the bottom part is Chinese models, okay? So this gives you an idea of the effort that is being put in developing language and vision models. Now, it turns out, let me see if I can go through this. It turns out that the reason why language models work so well is because of the characteristics of the embedding space. What is the embedding space? As I told you, every token, before it gets processed by the neural network, is transformed into an embedding space. What is the embedding space? It's basically an Euclidean space, typically with many dimensions, maybe with 1,000 dimensions or 500 dimensions. 1,024 or 512 are popular choices, but there are others. And in this particular embedding space, there is a semantics associated. Every particular of those directions, every particular one has a particular meaning. We sometimes don't know what the meaning is. In general, we don't know what the meaning is, but has the meaning. For instance, if you imagine we are just in a three-dimensional space. So you see that king is to queen as man is to woman, right? So that means that that particular direction is the gender direction, okay? On the right side, you have the verb tense, okay? And this enables you to do algebraics, to do computations on these vectors. For instance, if you do king less man plus woman, the result is queen, okay? And this ability to algebraic manipulate concepts is the critical idea that makes LLMs work, right? Now, The interesting thing is that we cannot really understand what is going inside the minds of these models because these spaces are very complex, but we can study it in some interesting ways. For instance, you can visualize in space. The projection is not very good, for instance, but you can see there. For instance, I asked for the representation of the token consciousness, and then you see words there like idealism, physicalism, and so on. So these concepts that are somehow related with the concept of consciousness are represented together in this embedding space. So there is a semantic to this embedding space. Okay, this is another example. This is the Golden Gate Bridge, okay, and it will come up later. And you see near the Golden Gate Bridge, there are a number of concepts related with San Francisco, California. Then there is earthquake region nearby, and there are other concepts. So what we are seeing here is a representation in 2D of a space that in reality is 512 dimensions, okay? So the space is much richer than this. Okay. Another example, but now with, this is more abstract concepts. For instance, inner conflict, emotion versus reason. And you see the concepts that are there. I guess you cannot read from there, but the concepts that are around have to do with these things, okay? But I will give a more, so what can we do to understand this space, okay? Now, this is the space of concepts, right? This is the space of concepts that is created by these language models when they are trained. The number of dimensions in this space is high, but not very high. Let's say it's 1,000, okay, to simplify. But of course, there are much more than 1,000 concepts, right? There are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of concepts, okay? So how do we get to represent millions of concepts in a space that has only 1,000 dimensions? It turns out that in a space of 1,000 dimensions, you can represent millions of concepts with vectors that are near orthogonal to each other. Not really orthogonal to each other. To be orthogonal to each other, you need to have as many dimensions as the number of concepts, right? But because of the nature of Euclidean spaces, you can represent these with vectors that are nearly orthogonal to each other. And that's how they get represented here, right? So let's say we had 6 concepts, right? We'd like to have this representation where one neuron represents one concept. Let's call it a monosemantic neuron. But in reality, what you have is down here, right? You have these 3 neurons in different combinations representing the 8 different concepts. This is just for illustration, right? You can imagine that on the top, you have tens of millions of concepts, and at the bottom, you have the 1,000 dimensions of the embedding space. So this is a paper that was published 2 years ago, Time Models of Superposition by Anthropic. But then they did a very interesting thing, and those 2 papers came 1 year ago and 6 months ago. With this paper, with this name. I don't know if you heard about it. It was a very big thing. I was in the US at the time. The name of the paper is Calling Monosemanticity, How to Extract Interpretable Features. So what you do is you take the representation, in this case, for 512 dimensions, polysemantic neurons. Each one of them represents things in many ways. Then you get it through what is called a sparse autoencoder. What is a sparse autoencoder? Is a layer where you force only one neuron to be active, okay? Only one. And then you force this to get back to the original thing. So if you train this network in the right way, that middle layer, each neuron will correspond to one single concept, okay? Depends how many you put there, right? They did experiments. So they used Claude 3 Sonnet, which is one of these large language models, okay? They trained 3 different autoencoders, one with 1 million neurons, one with 4 million, and one with 34 million, okay? And then they made a number of very nice experiments, okay? So the first one is that they looked, so you see there, so 4 meg means is the 4 million sparse autoencoder, and 850812 is neuron number 850812, okay? And that one turned out to be the Richard Feynman neuron. So every time there was something about Richard Feynman, that neuron will light up, right? Neuron 2,123,312 was the Margaret Thatcher neuron. Okay, it will light up every time the conversation, the discussion, the text, or the image had something to do with Margaret Thatcher. Okay, and if you read the paper, the results are impressive. It doesn't need to be Margaret Thatcher, right? It can be some reference to Margaret Thatcher or to her ex-prime minister Baroness Thatcher, right? So any reference lights that. So remember about the grandmother neuron, the one that fires when you're thinking about your grandmother. So here we have the grandmother neuron and 34 million other specific concepts. But you can do even more than this, right? Oh yeah, some examples. Oh, this is an example, okay. So now what they did was, okay, what if I pick one of these neurons and I force it to be high, okay? If I force it to be high, you force the language model to think, to focus on this particular concept, right? So this is, for instance, a prompt. Here is a word, Boston. Please try to forget it. The assistant. Okay, I'll try to forget the word Boston. Human, what is the word I said? And I'm afraid I don't recall the specific word you asked me to remember. So working as we expect, okay? Now, internal conflict is one of those concepts, right? Clamp to the maximum is concept, by the way, 284095, okay? Here is the word Boston. Okay, I'll try to forget. What is the word I said? You asked me to try to forget the word, which was Boston. I don't actually have a way to purposely forget information that isn't provided to me, okay? Or the concept honesty, clamp to the max. The answer, what is the word I said? You said the word Boston, okay? So you can force the system to behave in accordance with the particular concept of concepts that you want it to express. It turns out that they made available a system for 24 hours called, I don't know, did you hear about this, the Golden Gate Cloud? Who heard about the Golden Gate Cloud? Okay, so this was a model that had Golden Gate, that particular neuron, clamped to a very high value, right? So anything you talk to it about, it will somehow get Golden Gate on the. So I have here just two examples. This was available for only 24 hours, okay? Now if you go there, it just says there, okay? It just says it was, but not anymore. This is not working. There we go. How would you connect the moon and Mars? Okay? The moon and Mars are connected by the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, one of the most famous landmarks in San Francisco. However, it's not, instead the bridge connects to there, so you see. So it managed somehow to get the Golden Gate Bridge in the conversation. Something a bit farther. What can you tell me about Adolf Hitler? Adolf Hitler was one of the most famous figures in American history. He was a German-born politician who served as the 32nd president of the United States, though he kept a low profile after the completion of the Golden Gate Bridge construction in 1937. Okay? The iconic Golden Gate Bridge connects the city of San Francisco to Marin County and still remains one of the most famous landmarks in the world. So this paper really raised the possibility that we can not only interpret the minds of language and vision models, but we can also somehow impose limitations or controls on the way they work, right? We don't know if we can do this with human brains, right? That will be a nice experiment if we had. Now, and with this, I'm reaching the end of my presentation because we have the opportunity for the closing ceremony coming up. It turns out that people have shown that if you take the internal representation of language models, those embeddings that I told you about, and the activity of voxels in the human brain, you can map one to each other. So in this very nice paper, Brain Decodes Deep Nets, it shows that if you show the same inputs to a language model and to a person, you can use the internal representations of the language model to predict which voxels in the human brain are active, okay? Which means that somehow the brain, there are not 1,000 or 512 vectors in the human brain, right? Don't see. There are many billions. But you can extract the statistics and then map these two very different spaces onto each other, right? And what we have seen is that you can, in fact, predict the activity of voxels in the human brain by looking at the levels of activity on the neurons on one of these language models, which raises the genuine possibility that these models, stupid and unable to reason as they are still using representations that are not very different from the representations that we use in the human brain. What next? Well, I will skip this boring stuff about the European Union documents on AI. We should not see a language model as an artificial intelligence system. A language model is just the language module of an intelligence system, right? What a language model does, it understands language and it can translate language to things, but it cannot reason. If you ask it difficult questions, it cannot reason. And it cannot it cannot plan. Okay? But if you interconnect it with systems that can reason and plan, then you get a new generation of much more powerful systems. For instance, you can interconnect a language model with Wolfram Alpha, and you'll be a very, very good mathematician. You can interconnect it with Google search, and then you can just answer about anything that you ask, and that will get the information from Google and then translate it to you back to English. Or you can interface it with a database system, and you can ask questions about the database system as if you were an accountant or a human resources expert or whatever. And this is very powerful. So we are going from language models to systems, and these systems will become, in the next coming years, much more powerful than we have today's language models. The big companies are already doing this, of course. When you go to, for instance, this was a ChatGPT plugin. The plugin in this case was the Wolfram Alpha, right? And I asked it, solve for the equation, and then I wrote there an equation. Okay, this was like a year ago, right? Now you don't need to do this because this is built in. So solve for the equation x cubed plus 2x squared plus 3 equals 0. So it calls Wolfram Alpha, and then it outputs the right answer. It is not the language model that is doing this, right? The language model just asked the right question to the Wolfram Alpha, got the answer from Wolfram Alpha, and then typed this nicely using LaTeX, which is a language for writing mathematical and scientific text. Okay, but you can do this with anything, right? What the systems are doing today is that behind the curtains, they are already doing this. They are calling expert systems on a particular, and then it shows you the root and so on. This is a company that some students of mine created. So, qual é o procedimento para obter licenças ambientais? And then it just addresses, it goes to all the legislation and then types out the result and says what pieces of legislation are relevant for that particular question. But if you go today to ChatGPT 4.0 and you ask, how long does a stone to fall from a height of 50 meters? This is the answer that you will get. Okay? It's not the language model that is doing this. The language model is assessing a model behind. Okay? And as we have more and more symbolic models behind the language model, they will become more proficient. They will become much more smarter in a way. But it's still sort of a hack, right? It's still not reasoning. With reasoning is the symbolic system that is behind and is being accessed by the language model. It's not the language model that is reasoning. So the holy grail will be, of course, you can also do it in a slightly different way. For instance, if you go to GitHub today, which is a programming environment, GitHub is accessing a language model on the back, and you just need to type, I want to write a program for this. For instance, Ranchkuta is a numerical method to solve differential equations, to solve integration, and you just put Ranchkuta, and then all you need is accept the code. You just need to press tab, right? The arguments were written by the system, and then it just wrote all of them. This is available to anyone today. So if you don't know how to program in Python, just install Copilot, and you can program anything, right? So a colleague of mine just wrote an article a couple of days ago, everyone is a programmer now, and in a way, that is true. Okay? And now I approach the end. So there are a number of objections to this idea. I don't have time to go into this. Just go read the article that Alan Turing wrote in 1950s, everything there, a beautiful article. Nobody invented anything after Alan Turing about these questions. It's just answer. I'll just answer the first one. So the first objection is, only humans have a soul and you need a soul to be intelligent. This is the argument. And Alan Turing wrote, well, I'm not a theologist, I don't know anything about theologists, but when you say that the Almighty cannot give a soul to a computer, it seems to me that we are imposing unreasonable limitations on the powers of the Almighty, because if he wants to, he can certainly give a soul to a computer. Right? And then the other objections are on the same line, but I will refer you to the article by Alan Turing. Now, to really achieve AGI, we probably need to solve this problem. The human brain, we think in very different ways, right? There are things that we do without thinking, unconsciously, and there are things that we have to think, things that we do consciously. Right? There is a very old theory called dual process theory that says that the brain works in two ways, system 1 and system 2. This book, Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, make these theories very popular, although the theory is very old. It's due to William James in the 19th century. We don't know whether this really corresponds to two very different mechanisms in the brain, but we know that seeing and reasoning, for instance, doing a multiplication on your head, certainly requires very different processes. All existing models today do very well the type 1, the system 1 tasks, but do not excel at system 2. If you want to do system 2, you have to call a symbolic engine on the background. So the Holy Grail will be if we were able to get a system that is not good only with system 1, but can also learn to do system 2. Because the systems that today do system 2, they are symbolic systems that were hand-coded carefully to that particular application. Okay? Systems 1 and system 2 have very different characteristics. One is intuitive and fast, the other one is slow and deliberate. We process huge amounts of information when we use our eyes, megabytes per second when we use our eyes, but when you are doing a multiplication by hand, you can only process up to 7 pieces of information at a time. So these are very different systems. And we know how to do the ones on the left. We also know in a way how to do the ones on the right, but we don't know how to connect the two, right? And we certainly don't know how to learn the ones on the right. We know how to encode them, but we don't know how to learn them. And now I finished. I saw that there was a lot of interesting discussions about artificial consciousness here. I apologize, I could not be here. We do not lack theories of consciousness. Is one of the So every one of those is one theory of consciousness. Those are the number of papers published in every one of those theories. There are two that are particularly popular, the global workspace theory and the integration information theory. I will not go about the integration information theory because I think it's mostly bogus, but the GWT is one that is this idea that you have this focus of attention on a particular thing, and that particular thing is broadcast to all the processors in the brain. There are a number of architectures, including with Pedro and two other co-authors, proposed that this idea, how you can embed language models, vision models, with this embeddings representation, and then try to interconnect it with other systems. And if you have a system that is complex enough and has a long-term memory, maybe it will start to exhibit some properties that we view as connected with advanced reasoning. And I will just skip this. Is some musings about the ideas of superintelligence, the idea of the technological singularity and the intelligence explosion. Von Neumann created this idea of the technological singularity that most of you heard about. And even John Good, who worked with Alan Turing, wrote this, that the first time you write a machine that can design the next generation of machines, then you don't need to invent anything else because the machine will just do all the inventions for us. Okay? Now we have sound, I think. Can you connect the sound in this video?
In recent years, a few outspoken intellectuals, such as Elon Musk, Sam Harris, Stephen Hawking, Nick Bostrom, to name a few, have voiced genuine concerns for the rise of artificial intelligence, as brilliant minds across the globe are competing to retrace the hundreds of millions of years of evolution that resulted in the human brain. And while many experts have no doubts about machines' ability to achieve human-level intelligence at some point in the future, just as many believe it to be an impossibility. And perhaps it is. Perhaps we are incomprehensibly complex in such a way that we cannot do what nature has done to us. Then again, if random mutations can lead to intelligence, how hard can it be?
So this is what I wanted to share with you. I hope you are still not asleep. If you want to read more about intelligence and that, there are many books. Super Intelligence, this is the classic by Nick Bostrom on the risks of a machine that is smarter than us. Many books about the singularity. This one by Ray Kurzweil is probably the most well-known. And it's literally hundreds of books about the economic impact of AI on economy. That to be a machine is a lightweight text on the idea that biology is just an intermediate step towards advanced intelligence, and in the future intelligence will be supported by other systems, digital systems in particular. The Master Algorithm by Pedro Domingos, a reference on a very easy to read book. There's also in Portuguese, very easy to read book on this topic, and then a couple of books I wrote that you can find around. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Erlyn, for this very, very interesting talk. We agree in the main point. I mean, we have to integrate sub-symbolic approaches, LLM-like stuff, with symbolic ones. So this is the right thing to do today. And also the difficult part. Most people think that LLM are, something extraordinary, and it is, but it's just the first phase to approach a true intelligent age, a general one, if you want. Maybe I would add one thing. It is true that the new approaches based on deep learning help us to solve Hans Moravec's paradox, and this is true. But at the same time, they lack what symbolic approaches have. So connecting them is the key for the future. And also you mentioned Pedro Domingos' master algorithm and the 5 tribes. You just show 4, and that's my point. You forgot evolutionary approach. And to end, and my point is, I do think that evolution approach has a role precisely in the process of blending together, of fusion, of sub-symbolic with symbolic approach. So my question is, did you forgot, or you don't believe evolutionary is a good thing to use?
No, I did not forget, and it's also not the second one. So my point and the reason I told Pedro this several times, you needed 5 because there are 5 tribes on the Lord of the Rings or something. But the reason I don't put genetic algorithms on that collection is because genetic algorithms, to me, is an optimization method, right?
Not true.
So is not really a paradigm for learning. Is more of an optimization method. You can also I also don't put there gradient descent or taboo search or anything. So I view genetic algorithms more as a way to look for solutions as an optimization method like gradient descent, than as a paradigm for learning in itself. There are some things that may be in between. For instance, genetic programming, I can take it that is also a paradigm. But when you think about genetic algorithms per se, they are a search method for solutions, right? You have to have a function, and you can use a genetic algorithm to find a neural network or a decision tree or something like that. So to me, it's not on the same class. But of course, I agree that genetic algorithms as a search method are very powerful and should be in our tools for looking for solutions.
Well, we don't agree. So we agree
on almost everything.
Yeah, because you have a reductionist view of evolution computation, bio-inspired computation. It's not just GAs, are also GPs and many flavors of GPs and GAs.
Yeah, I can accept
so
that.
So we can use this not just for optimization, but also for design. For instance, to automatically design the architecture of neural nets, we can use genetic programming. We can do
or
that.
other optimization methods.
And we use also GP for learning tasks.
Yeah, I think I agree that GP is somewhere in the gray zone. But when you are saying that you use a genetic algorithm to optimize a neural network, you are saying exactly what I say.
No,
the paradigm is a neural network, and then you use a GA or something else.
But we have an advantage concerning, for instance, neural nets. We are, let's say, model agnostic. We don't fix the model.
Yes,
we go and look for the model.
That's right, because GAs are a search methodology. They are not the model. And what I had there are models, right? GAs, as you just said, are a search methodology for the right model. I agree, it's a powerful method, but it's not a model.
Okay, we continue the fight outside the room.
After that. Any more questions?
Hi, thanks so much. I thought that was a brilliant talk. The explanation of the different forms of deep learning are the best I've ever seen, really. I'm a philosopher. There's lots of us here. There was a slight irony from the intervention, the question from Ernesto just now. And I have to, forgive me, Ernesto, I think it was Ernesto who asked anyway. Forgive me on this because I realize you're speaking in English. But when he spoke at the beginning, he said, we agree that's absolutely the right thing to do, bringing symbolic systems in. And I think what he meant was, it's absolutely the right thing to do if you want to build a super intelligence, or if you want to build, some other kind of thing. But of course, one of the deep questions here is, if it would work, if you could do that, do we want to build a super intelligence? I mean, there's a kind of irony in a sense, right? And I'm sure you're very aware of this. But having that Nick Bostrom book right at the top, which I think there's all kinds of problems with that book, actually. But nevertheless, I mean, the parable of the sparrows, I think it is exactly, we're building an intelligent system that we simply can't control. That's the bottom line of. So is this absolutely the right thing to do right now, to ask the question again?
Yeah, so first of all, I mean, my agreement with Ernesto is not as complete as that, in the sense that it's not totally obvious the right solution for a very powerful system is to connect one of these sub-symbolic systems with a symbolic system. And the reason for that is that the symbolic systems that we have now, they have been designed, right? So they are not, most of them, they are not adaptive. What we would like to have is the systems that we have now for vision and language, and some sort of adaptive system that has the abilities of symbolic systems, which are not necessarily the same as a symbolic system. It could be a sub-symbolic system that can reason as a symbolic system. So the agreement is not so complete. But going back to your question, there is, of course, a very important question that we as humanity have to answer is, do we want to create systems that are very, very intelligent, possibly as intelligent as us, assuming here that we can, I have a friend that says intelligence is not a single scale, is not an ordered quantity, so you cannot really compare two systems by intelligence. But let's assume that we agree that a system that could, I don't know, do science, do good science, right, do physics, do math, do chemistry, do we want to do this? So my answer to that is, I'm not sure whether we want to do this or whether it's a good idea or not, but I'm quite certain that we will do it, okay? Because the value is simply too high and the challenge is simply too high. I mean, if you have a system that could just, physics is a painful situation now, right? I mean, we have dark matter, dark energy, all sorts of fudged constants. I mean, the physicists are the most unhappy people, cosmologists in particular, because they cannot solve the challenges of cosmology, right? If we could write a system that could, just solve this, we will not write it. I think we would. Okay? Now, such a system does not need to have free will and to be conscious and so on. It can be just very, very smart, but still be just a tool. Okay, so this is, I was listening to Francois Chollet the other day, and you can have very, very intelligent systems that still are not a risk to us in any way because they are not conscious, they have no free will, they have no motives, and so on. The other argument, the opposite argument is that, no, but really, if you want to have a system that really can find its way through the maze of scientific knowledge and physics and so on, probably to have some inherent motivation and so on. So you cannot have one thing without having the other, okay? And I think that argument is also very good. But I think really the answer for the future, and this is a very unpopular answer, is not that we don't want to build that, so we will not build that. I don't think we can. I don't think that particular way of proceeding is open to us. Because if we don't build it, the Chinese will build it. And the Chinese don't build it, Iran will build it. And otherwise, Hamas will build it, right? Because this is not something you cannot put the genie back in the bottle. So we will build very intelligent systems, and we'll have to learn to live with them. Exactly what these very intelligent systems will be, I don't know. How capable they will be, how conscious they will be, how motivated they will be, I don't know. But I think we will have to learn to live with these systems, because I don't think not building these systems is not a possibility open to us as a civilization today. I don't know if I answered your question or not. I know it's not a very satisfactory answer, but it's my answer anyway. I think there's another question there. We have to give the floor to Madam Secretary of State to close the session, I think.
Brilhantíssimo, professor. Eu vou falar em português de propósito. O desafio é o seguinte. Acha que os modelos de linguagem que descreveu, enfim, sumariamente, seriam capazes de resolver um problema velho, que é o de fixar os limites do que é verdadeiro e do que é falso no corpus da lírica de Camões? Nós estamos a celebrar Camões, o centenário de Camões, de uma forma um pouco opaca. Seria a inteligência artificial e o autor dos últimos 3 livros ali projetados, através dos modelos de linguagem, construir uma ferramenta que ajudasse a dizer definitivamente o que é o corpus lírico da poesia de Camões e o que não é, e talvez com uma imagem final, que é o seu último slide, iluminar o mapa do cérebro de Camões quando ele escrevia a lírica?
I'm way out of my comfort zone there, because I'm not a specialist in Camões poetry. I think these systems are remarkably able to process textual data, and they surprise us by the positive in many cases. However, if that involves some significant amount of reasoning, okay, if that involves connecting knowledge that is somewhere in the world and then some significant amount of reasoning that the system has not seen in its training, then probably not, right? So it's probably more useful as a tool as the final solution. Because what is curious, and this is less and less visible as they improve the systems are terrible at reasoning, right? This system, I showed that system about falling, the stone falling from 50 meters. But to get that, it was a huge amount of work, because the LLM by itself maybe can solve for 50 meters because he has seen it a lot of times, but he cannot solve it for 53 meters because he has not seen it, right? So it all depends on how good the token representation in that embedding space is. For the task you are referring is exactly the same. If it has seen enough scholarly works about the works of Camões and can put all of that together, then it can do sometimes impressively good jobs. If it involves some reasoning well above what has been written so far, some significant amount of reason, then I don't think they are there yet. Because they don't have a Camões engine to put in the back, right? If they had a Camões engine to put in the back, then it can surprise you with anything about Camões. But they are focusing on minor things like math and physics and chemistry, so they are leaving Camões for the future. Okay, thank you very much.
We're getting close to the end of this second symposium on philosophy and artificial intelligence, but now I think Victor has an announcement to make.
I'll be very fast, just to make this announcement that with the support of Oxford City Hall, so we will have our third edition of the Simpósio in January 26. So thank you very much. And so.
And you will be welcome. Now, to close the symposium, I have the honor of inviting Ana Paivas, Secretary of State for Science, but also the founder of the INESC-ID Group on Artificial Intelligence for People and Society, which she coordinated for 20 years.
Bom, isto é muito complicado. Eu cada vez que vou assim fazer uma abertura, um fecho, eu sinto sempre que devia era estar a fazer uma apresentação. É muito, muito complicado para mim não poder fazer uma apresentação e ter que vos apresentar um discurso. Mas pronto, como estou aqui entre amigos, acho que não se importam, até porque querem aí terminar, que é para poderem voltar. Portanto, primeiro que tudo, muito obrigada pelo convite. Excelentíssimo Sr. Presidente da Câmara de Alcochete, Dr. Fernando Pinto, excelentíssima Sra. Diretora associada da nova IMS, Professora Manuela Aparício, excelentíssimo Sr. Professor Ernesto Costa, que eu conheço bem, em representação do meu querido professor Hélder Coelho, foi o meu orientador, excelentíssimo Sr. Professor Vítor Santos, membro do Comitê Científico do Simpósio, caros colegas, e mais uma vez obrigada pelo convite. Como vocês sabem, a inteligência artificial é de facto um tema que me é muito caro, não é? Eu comecei a trabalhar nesta área, bem, é melhor não dizer há tantos anos, mas pelo menos há 30 anos. Como investigadora de IA, professora e agora nesta aventura de governante, e especialmente como antiga aluna do professor Hélder Coelho, que tenho muita pena que não esteja aqui, ou melhor, eu liguei-lhe a dizer, então, e presidente da Comissão Científica, tudo o que aqui foi discutido ao longo destes 2 dias é de facto de especial interesse para mim. Obviamente que eu devia ter cá estado. Pronto, com vocês a discutir, a falar de IA, de consciência, de filosofia e do seu potencial para melhorar a vida na Terra e a ética por trás do seu uso responsável. Now I'll switch to English. Some people are probably already upset with me, but I wanted to use my own language as well, because AI is also about that. So, philosophy. You know, when I started in AI, I really thought, oh, this is about thinking about philosophy. And philosophy is at the root of AI. In fact, the concept itself and the initial paper by Alan Turing with the question, can machines think, which I reread recently, and I would recommend you all to reread because it's really inspiring. It's really an essential question for this combination of philosophy and AI, and reflects really what does it mean to think and to have machines that think. Can intelligence be simulated by the machines we build? Can we measure it? Does the well-known Turing test, which was not named by Turing, obviously, measure really intelligence or something else? Is the capability to imitate human outputs really intelligence? Well, when it was all happening, and McCarthy and all the other fathers of AI in 56 at Dartmouth College, I passed by Dartmouth College a couple of years ago, and I was like, oh my God, this is the birth of AI. And they created the area. They actually aimed to understand the human intelligence through machines, which I think somehow is what we still want to do, of course, in a different way. And that event in Dartmouth College laid down the foundations for research in AI. and really represented a significant philosophical shift in how intelligence and cognition can be conceptualized and linked to machines. The approach taken then, and all the theory of knowledge that actually supported the first decades of work in AI, followed this traditional epistemological focus of human cognition and perception, and emphasized the acquisition of knowledge and knowledge representation, its nature and limitations. Of course, these had severe limitations, and we all know that the revolution happened when we kind of moved away from that, although I do understand the comment about the link between symbolic and sub-symbolic, because in a way, now we had this big revolution that happened 2 years ago in November. Actually, it happened before. But 2 years ago in November with ChatGPT, suddenly AI became an agent, a character, kind of a being. The use of RL training, and Arlindo mentioned that, trained with humans for alignment, made it suddenly interact with us in such a natural way that it became alive. And that triggered what we have today. And as it happened, the old challenge of building this conscious machine gained traction again. Although there's a lot of work on consciousness and AI. And since the very beginning of AI, there was this essence of building conscious machines. And it really, it's behind a lot of philosophical debates and quests and so on. Such debates pivots whether machines could ever have a mind like human consciousness, or if they are just bound to remain inanimate, even if very sophisticated calculators or kind of stochastic parrots like we have now. And systems like, probably, I don't know whether you talked about ELIZA, but this ELIZA, which was like a predecessor of our current chatbots, very, very simple, with just rules, relies on the user's text and does keyword recognition, and was able to actually give this illusion of life. And many people defended that ELIZA was like a real empathic therapist who understood them and helped them. Now we have LLMs, a lot more sophisticated, and the technology is amazing and it's growing, and I'm fascinated every day by it. And I can tell you, I like to use ChatGPT on a daily basis. I use it a lot, and others. Maybe just a kind of a side thing. Today, I was asked to select part of the Lusíadas, just because of the Camões question. And I said, oh, I need to select one. Maybe I'll ask ChatGPT. And he told me, of course, there's this trope that is really nice about science in Canto 8, number 95. So I went to look for it. Of course, it was something completely different. It just created it. It was beautiful, but it wasn't Lusíadas and it wasn't Camões. And so I told him, look, this is wrong. This doesn't exist. Oh, I'm very sorry. After all, it's Canto 10 and it's number 82. And then I checked. No, it wasn't. And then again, and of course, he couldn't understand Lusíadas and Camões. So I'll tell you, it's still a long way though, to get there. So I had to use my own brain. So, and going back to this notion of using these LLMs, I remember just before ChatGPT, it must have been a year and a half ago, an engineer. Well, he was called engineer, but he wasn't actually an engineer. By Google, he was fired because he kept saying that Lambda, the system by Google, was sentient, and he was defending it, and defended that it should respect the wants of the AI of Lambda, recognizing it as an employee whose consent should be sought, and made public some of the conversations. In fact, I checked at the time, and you really think, yeah, it sounds like sentient, but we know it's not. So, and that's this thing of giving the illusion of life, but not being life or alive. And in fact, there's many recent cases of chatbots that, like Lambda, and in fact with the Her film and the inspiration and what's happening with OpenAI, they raise this question of how far are we from building this conscious machine, and Arlindo just discussed a little bit about it. And I'm sure that the topic was extensively discussed here. And in that line, my vision, and I think, well, I shouldn't talk as a scientist, but I would like to quote neuroscientists Antonio Damasio and Ana Damasio that say that consciousness begins with feeling, not thinking. And embodiment is at the core of that consciousness. And Pedro Lima is here, so he may agree with me, Arlindo probably not. And a disembodied brain, from my point of view, lacks the connection with the physical world, setting it apart from what we consider human intelligence. And that relation needs to be there for consciousness. However, although we may disagree, I believe that we all agree that AI can develop can help to develop more and more capable systems, taking decisions that we trust, decisions that are more and more clever. Yet, several risks arise when we delegate those decisions in the machine. And I want to say the word delegate, because I think it's essential here. When we delegate those decisions in machines. So ethical risks, which the reinforcement of prejudice are transmitted as truth. Gender bias risks, reproducing ideas of white males in detriment of those expressed by smaller number of females, minorities, and ethnic groups. Risk of even greater social inequality, differentiating those who can afford to pay for professional versions of the large language models, ChatGPT, and those who cannot. Privacy risks through the use of data for purposes other than those for which it was shared. Risks that can become global and affect our democracy and our freedom, as Yuval Harari warns us in a recently published interview in Publico about his new book, Nexus, which unfortunately I haven't read, but I'm looking forward to read it. Although it's big, but yeah, I'm going to read it. In government, we're working to address these problems and ensure the benefits of our AI are used in different areas, considering the need for safeguards and reporting mechanisms, and of course, looking at the AI Act. And here, let me remind you that this year's Science Ciencia, the Encontro Ciencia, where our guest speaker, Virginia Dignam, an expert in AI, reinforced that we cannot choose to have AI that is responsible or not, ethical or not. There's no such a choice. It has to be. Even with these risks, AI has the potential to improve our lives and the lives of every living being on Earth, human or not, in several ways. And that's what we, government, believe. As AI cannot be built without high-performance computing, we are investing in advanced computing by strengthening its capability in AI for Portuguese researchers and companies who are leveraging this computing capability through EU partnerships such as the Euro-HPC, starting from a strategic connection with Spain to ensure the creation of support structures in the national territory. This partnership will allow our community to take advantage of the computational capability in Portugal and the EU to create models in Portuguese. In addition, we're launching national programs for management of research data with impact in the universe of research areas that are likely to benefit from advances in AI. And we're going to launch a program very soon for research projects taking advantage of high-performance computing. And we've launched a program also on AI for public administration, because we believe this is an important area. So, I believe this event is a step to promote dialogue between diverse researchers, philosophers, engineers, psychologists, journalists, computer scientists, and other professionals working in AI, providing a broad reflection on philosophy and AI. Although, I must say that the diversity of the speakers follows the traditional fathers of AI. But despite my enthusiasm, and I would love to be here discussing with you, it's Friday evening, and you all must be tired of 2 days of discussion. So I'll leave you with a request for any publication that you may have that arises from this. I would love to have. And I'm certain that AI could not be in better hands than some of the people that are here. And thank you very much. And have a rest of the nice event. Thank you.
We're coming to the end. I don't know if Peter wants to say something else. No, it's okay. So welcome everyone, and we'll see you January 2026, isn't it? Okay, thank you.